Good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got partial sunshine for your Friday, and we'll hit some highs today near 85 degrees. Wow. But then Saturday, it looks like a washout.
Late Saturday morning through the afternoon, the threat of strong thunderstorms with heavy rainfall and high winds being the main concerns. No change to the overall severe weather threat, a 1 out of 5 on that scale for the entirety of the mid-state.
Now, Stefano says it'll be a little cooler on Saturday and on Sunday, too. In the news, in the Middle East, heavy Israeli airstrikes hitting Beirut's southern suburbs today. Let's get the latest with ABC News.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Brian Clark. It's day 7 of the U.S.-Israeli military operation against Iran. It continues to expand as Israel now targets an area of Lebanon, striking a suburb of Beirut. ABC's Matt Rivers explains the significance.
We don't know how long it's going to last for. We don't know exactly how intense these strikes are going to be. We don't know for how long it will go on. But it does seem that the Israeli military has moved into a new phase of trying to more systematically target Hezbollah in the stronghold of Dahia.
When it comes to bombarding Iran, President Trump said it would be, quote, over when I want it to be. And Admiral Brad Cooper, the top leader for U.S. forces, says the U.S. has neutralized Iranian air defenses.
If I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90%
since day one of these strikes. This is ABC News.
Election 2026 in Tennessee, the deadline to file for candidacy quickly approaching here. And 6th District Congressman John Rose was on the Chris Hand show yesterday, says the past is serving as a guide to his bid to become governor.
We know from the 2018 race, we all remember well that Governor Lee was thought to have no chance all the way up until early June of that year. Then broke out and, obviously ended up being the next governor of Tennessee. So this race is not about, influential, elected officials who endorse.
The candidate filing deadline is Tuesday. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Wall Street took another dive yesterday over worries about the escalating U.S.-Iran conflict. The Dow lost nearly 785 points. It's on track for its worst week since last October. The S&P 500 index fell 39. The NASDAQ dipped 58. Stock futures all in the red this morning, suggesting this could be another rough day for your 401k. That's the latest news. Your traffic is up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident already. It's in Antioch on Hobson Pike at Hamilton Church Road. The majors, however, look okay. 24, 65, and 40 running okay so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.505 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into a Friday. I'll go Friday this morning. It is March 6th. Hope you are doing well and welcome on in. Nashville's Morning News brought to you by Tennessee National, Golf and Waterfront Community. TennesseeNational.com is where you can find them. Good morning, Joan, and good morning, Sam, and good morning to everyone listening and watching YouTube. Up now for Joan. I think, is this a record for the last couple of months? 2 days in a row? We've got, we're streaming on YouTube and Facebook and all the rest of it?
Yes, I think so. Hold on. I mean, it's early.
It is early. I don't want to jinx us.
Things could go terribly wrong.
Well, at least in the first 20 seconds, there is no buffering. There is no freezing. We seem to be running smoothly.
And all three of us are on the screen
yes.
at one time. What?
It's as smooth as the host's head.
Well, WTN Nation did speak. We're going to get to content. WTN Nation spoke, and they did want the 3-camera shot to return to Nashville's Morning News so that everybody could see Sam's pretty face. And so there is Sam if
Clearly.
You're on the 3 shot. I'm not watching it, so I don't know. But, yeah, Sam got a haircut, and as you recall, Joan, Sam got a haircut that he was very proud of.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember, Joan? Are we allowed to say butthurt? Sam was butthurt because he couldn't show off his new haircut to the nice folks on the stream, so now he can. So we could do a Daily Dan poll, Sam, because we do know that Nashville's Morning News is all about you. We could do a Daily Dan poll. Do you like Sam's haircut? If you'd like, you have the host permission.
What if they don't like? I mean, honestly, what's he going to do? Shave his head?
Listen, I'm a head shaver.
I don't have
worked
that,
out well for me.
I don't have that symmetrical dome, you know. It doesn't spread evenly. I got kind of a rotten melon.
Head?
Yeah, I got a lumpy rotten melon look if I'm bald.
A rotten melon head look. Wow. That's, you know what, that sounds like a punk band from like Europe or something.
Yeah.
You know, I thought they were going on tour with your rampaging Muslims.
Oh, I just voted.
Hey, by the way, speaking of rampaging Muslims, Andy Ogles is going to join us at 7:06. So he has now thrown down basically a piece of legislation where he wants to ban Muslims from coming into America. Basically what it is going to be, and we'll get the details from the congressman, basically what it would do is it would ban immigration from Muslim countries. This would be codifying President Trump's executive order from 2017, expanded this term as well. So we'll speak to Congressman Ogles about that and a number of other things coming up at 7:06. Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs, looking forward to him returning to the radio program. That is going to be at 8:06 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. So anybody want to talk about Kristi Noem getting fired? Not only did Kristi Noem get fired, she got fired in Nashville.
Right. So she was on the stage. I don't know where she was in Nashville, but she was here talking on stage moments after she got fired. And she did a good job of like stone face. I couldn't tell anything was wrong.
She did. She was in Nashville. She was getting ready to take the stage at the Grand Hyatt. She was speaking to the Sergeant Benevolent Association's Major Cities Conference. So she's talking to, I guess, a bunch of law enforcement, and she's getting ready to. Do you know how he fired her? I'm a big Donald Trump fan. I'm not sure if I agree with this mode of termination, but he basically fired her on social media. She found out by seeing a post that said, "Yeah, we'd like to thank Kristi Noem for her service," and
I think she
Mark Wayne
knew.
Mullins is going to be the new head of DHS.
I think she knew.
You think she knew?
Yeah, for sure.
You ever been fired, Joan?
Yeah.
Did you know it was coming?
Oh, I felt it. Yeah.
You felt it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The spirits told her.
Yeah.
Well, I think she was feeling the pressure. Mark Wayne Mullen, of course, again, he's going to be the new head of DHS. But, you're right, Joan. All of this had been percolating for a while now, but it came to a head this week. She was questioned. I don't think I did this in Tennessee, but in Nashville, but she was being questioned by Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana during the Capitol Hill Senate hearing, and he started asking her questions about her commercials. Now, I had not seen these commercials, but these were television commercials. I've seen them now where she's riding a horse in a cowboy hat. Have you seen these commercials?
I have. They're all over the place.
So, well, they're all over the place now because she was questioned about it, because these commercials ultimately cost $220 million. And she was asked about this by Senator Kennedy.
Sir, the president tasked me with getting the message out to the country and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from, with putting commercials out that told them that if they were in this country illegally, that they needed to leave, or we would detain them and remove them, and they'd not get the chance to come back to America the right way.
Yeah, so these spots were designed to air on television, convince illegals to either self-deport or folks to stay home in their own country. But it was clear, and I'm wondering, knowing that she was on the bubble anyway, I'm wondering if somebody within the Trump administration actually put Senator Kennedy up to this line of questioning. Because Kennedy wasn't pleased. He was focused on a number of things. Who did the commercials, and did President Trump know about these commercials?
And you're saying that you're testifying that President Trump approved this ahead of time. Is that my understanding?
We had conversations about making sure that we were telling people.
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly.
Did the president know you were going to do this?
Yes.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
So apparently Donald Trump saw this back and forth, and he as well wasn't happy. Part of what the senator, his issue with it, was that he felt like what Kristi Noem was trying to do, and you've seen these commercials, Sam and Joan. Do you think these commercials, I saw them, and I think the whole thing of Kristi Noem on a horse and a cowboy hat in front of, where was she?
Wasn't she at Mount Rushmore?
Mount Rushmore. She was in front of Mount Rushmore. And it felt like it was a promotional piece for her. I thought that was a bit much. Am I off base? If I'm off base, that's cool. Just tell me. But it just seemed a little ridiculous.
And that's so I've heard a lot about how Susie Wiles wanted everybody to take themselves out, be humble.
Yes.
Keep your focus on the mission of the Trump administration. And Kristi Noem made it about Kristi Noem.
Well, and she did from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Do you remember when it seemed like she kind of leaned into the ICE Barbie moniker? Remember when we had a bunch of those gangbangers?
Yes.
And she posed in front of the cell?
Yes.
In front of all, dozens,
It's
hundreds
CCOT,
of these
wasn't it?
gangbangers. And she posed in front of it. And she's wearing really tight clothes and stuff. And there was a little bit of, I'm really enjoying being Kristi Noem.
Yeah.
So Trump saw this back and forth, and he went bat crap crazy. And he felt like she was no longer the right person. In the news yesterday, I didn't get to it yesterday, but in the news yesterday, there was this article, and it talked about how President Trump had been calling his friends and his advisors and asking whether or not he should fire Kristi Noem.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, she knew that she was on the bubble. I've got a little bit more on this. It is
okay. Yeah, it wasn't just the commercial. There were a few other things.
yes, and we'll talk about that straight ahead. It is 5:15, and we've got the traffic now on WTN.
Still working that accident scene in Antioch. It's on Hobson Pike at Hamilton Church Road. Involves some injuries there as well. No problems on 2465 or on 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. As far as the weather for today, and Joan, let's make sure that we are synced on the weather. I'm seeing a high of 83.
Yeah.
A high of 83, partly cloudy skies. And then as far as your weekend forecast goes, on Saturday, possible thunderstorms and a high of 76. And on Sunday, a chance of showers and a high of 68.
Some of those storms tomorrow could be a little strong, so...
How strong are we talking about?
1 out of 5 severe weather threats. So Stefano's saying, yeah, look, everybody's going to get it, but the severe storms, the more severe storms, are going to be spotty, and they'll have a lot of rain, they'll have some thunder, but no hail, no tornadoes, all that kind of stuff.
All right, very good. Thank you, Joan. By the way, the other thing, I wish we could, Sam, are you able to put stuff up onto the screen? I don't know if you can do that or not, but Joan and I were going back and forth in a rather catty-like way because Amy sent it to me, how Kristi Noem, her look, like literally the look of Kristi Noem has changed over the past many years. Where
haven't we all, though, right?
I think
her face has
work done.
Yeah, she's had work done.
She definitely got cheeks.
She got cheeks. She got fillers.
Yeah.
She's done something. I mean, her haircut obviously is different. Yeah. I think she has some lip fillers. Whatever. Bottom line is she looks completely different, and that's another thing that people were talking about. But if you think about where she has run into trouble with the Trump administration, we had the shootings in Minnesota, the aftermath as well, where she had come out and spoken about how Renee Good and Alex Freddie were domestic terrorists. And if you remember about how Freddie, if I remember right in particular, she had said that he had come to kill a lot of agents and so forth, when the reality was he never pulled his gun out. And then she went on to blame Stephen Miller. And she also not only blamed Stephen Miller, but she also kind of threw Donald Trump in there as well, when she was saying, I'm just following the guidance of, Stephen Miller and President Trump. So there have been some issues with the former DHS secretary. There were, again, some criticisms over the ICE Barbie portrayal, which, again, she did seem to lean into with some of the awkward photos that were out there. So all of this, of course, led to her termination. Was there anything else, Joan? I'm sure that I'm missing something. Yeah. What else? What were the other factors that led to? There were some questions about who did the commercial. I know that there was that issue as well.
Yeah, there's breadcrumbs that go to her husband's company. But there's also the affair with Corey Lewandowski.
Yes. Oh, my gosh. That was so awkward.
I think that turned President Trump off. And because, he's moving Kristi Noem to a new position. So he's essentially not firing her, but he made this new position. And I have to really dig into what this position is going to do. And I'm not sure that, it's dealing with the cartels and other countries.
Special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, a newly created position announced by the Trump administration. At the same time, he fired her as Secretary of Homeland Security. Apparently, this is a new national security initiative focused on the Western Hemisphere.
You're fired. Guess who's not going with her?
Corey Lewandowski?
Right, he's gone. Gonski.
Is he now out of the Trump administration?
I believe so. But, the two of them are allowed to stay on until the end of the month. That's when Markwayne Mullins takes over. Mm-hmm. So they're allowed to stay on. I feel like this is the softest firing ever. They're allowed to stay on till the end of the month. She's out there talking about her firing, very matter-of-factly, and she's taking a new position. Corey Lewandowski, though, he's gone.
So I actually saw Argentinian President Javier Milei talking about how they're going to make the Americas great again in their parliament down there. So it's going to be a multinational effort with other Latin American countries to kind of, like you said, Joan, with the cartels, patrol the waters and keep the Western Hemisphere's interests and security risks minimal.
There was also some questioning of Kristi Noem about the alleged affair with Corey Lewandowski, because both are married, as her husband is right behind her in that testimony. There were questions about what was going on the airplane and, you know, the affair that she and Lewandowski were supposedly having. So, and Trump was having none of that. He posted this. You ready for this? He posted this on Truth Social. Sometimes, as a great president, you have to make decisions that you know will not be popular. Corey Lewandowski, a great member of our team, he was very upset at the news about Kristi Noem. He said, "Mr. President, how could you? She's gone." And I said, "No, Corey, she's not gone. We found a nice farm for her to live at. Just like when she was growing up. She's probably running around out there having a great time." And that made him happy. Congratulations again to Senator Mullen, who is now the new, will be, perhaps the head of DHS. And so he was very excited about that as well. There was
need
just
confirmation, though.
He's got to be confirmed and all that. Yeah, he probably will be confirmed. Although, let me see. Hold on. I think I've got. There's one more. Let me play one more audio bite.
This is the senator that was going to fist fight the other senator, right?
Yes.
It wasn't a senator. It was the head of a union.
It was the head of the Teamsters.
O'Brien. O'Brien was his name.
Fitzgerald O'Brien something.
Yeah, I've got the audio
well,
here.
You know, Markwayne Mullins is a former MMA fighter. Like, he could take people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite Markwayne Mullen moments when he challenged Teamsters Union President Sean O'Brien to a fight in the middle of a Senate hearing after reading O'Brien's tweets about him.
Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy.
I love this.
Sir, this is a time, this is a place. You want to run your mouth? We can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on. Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution?
No, sit down. Sit down. Okay.
So that you hear Bernie Sanders, you know, you're United States Senator, for God's sake. But I mean, I loved that moment. I remember laughing about that because, you know, in that Senate hearing where the Teamsters Union president is giving his testimony, you know, he's got this very just, there's no other way to say it, this mob-like Boston persona that is just irritating as all get out. And I love how Sean O'Brien said, "You get up." What did Markwayne Mullen do? He got up. Not only did he get up, you know when you're going to fight somebody, and I wouldn't know about this, but when you fight somebody, you go to take off your ring.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Joan.
Yeah.
So Mullen, he was serious. He starts taking off his ring.
Right.
And starts walking over towards Sean.
Yes.
Maybe there's a part of me that just I love that kind of, you know, and I use this phrase all the time, this sort of muscular conservatism where it's like, no, you know what? We will not be bullied by the likes of Sean O'Brien, for example, at that point in time. Yes.
Toxic masculinity.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, toxic masculinity is not always a bad thing.
I was going to say, like this country was more efficient when if you had a dispute with somebody, you could just challenge them to a duel.
Yep.
Our great president and Tennessean Andrew Jackson knew that pretty well.
Did you see what Sean O'Brien said about Markwayne Mullen being the next DHS chief?
No, what did he say?
He tweeted out, in a statement to The Hill, he said, quote, "If anyone is willing to stand their butt up to protect America, it's Markwayne Mullen."
See, I think that at that point in time, there was a lot going on, anti-Trumpism and so forth.
Yeah.
But I think, didn't Sean O'Brien eventually come over to her? I get all these union people mixed up. because they all like sound alike to me.
Don't you remember he actually came to the what was it, the convention? He spoke to the GOP convention.
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah,
and
he's come around.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, and somebody fact check me, and I know you will. I think he stopped short. I think
endorsing.
He stopped short of endorsing, but the fact that he spoke at the convention, I think that was the first time a Teamsters union president had spoken at the convention in the Republican convention in a long time.
Yep.
So I love that Sean. That's thank you, Joan, for grabbing that. That's awesome. I love that he did that because I think that shows a healthy respect for Mark Wayne Mullen, and I do believe that Mark Wayne Mullen will do a great job.
Well, Mullen said that Sean O'Brien apologized to him, and President Trump requested that they meet again. He put them back together again. Hey, guys, talk it out. And that's how they began a friendship.
I love that.
Yep.
I absolutely love that. Okay, very good. I just turned on the super text line, 615-737-9986. Hey, Sam, are you on the super text line? I'm gonna invite you to read 0210 and what he says.
I haven't pulled it up.
All right, hey, Joan, you want to read 0210? By the way, people also saying, one person saying the feed on YouTube is extremely low.
Is low? Yeah, I told Sam that. I'm not sure what's going on with that.
I can't control that.
I was going to say, Sam can't control that.
Yeah.
So,
which one do you want to read?
0210, in reference to Kristi Noem and riding a horse?
No, I'm not going to. No, I'll
read it, Joan. I can't see it. Joan,
come
I
on,
don't
Joan.
have access. You have
come
to
on,
read
Joan,
it for
be
me.
a team player. Read 0210.
She can ride my horse.
That is what 0210 says about Kristi Noem.
You had John Rich on yesterday on the podcast. You should have said something along the lines of, well, she could save that horse and ride this cowboy. Come on, people.
We taped the podcast yesterday, and it's me, Matt Murphy, Chris Hand. John Rich joined us, and when I left the podcast was when I found out that Kristi Noem had been fired. So, oh my goodness, it is 5:20. We got to go. It is 5:27, Super Talk 99.7, WTN, and got a lot more straight ahead on Super Talk. And Joan, we got news in 2 minutes. What you got?
Our local TV reporter detained by ICE in South Nashville. Story coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning, 531. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Another warm one today. Our high going near 84. And then thunderstorms tomorrow. Could be isolated strong storms in this, too.
The strongest thunderstorms could even have some high wind gusts with them. Timeline between 8 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon.
Stefano there says the severe weather threat is just a 1 out of 5 for tomorrow. A reporter for Nashville Noticias and Univision has been taken into custody by ICE. Fox 17 reports a car that Estefany Rodriguez was in with her husband was surrounded by ICE agents on Murfreesboro Pike on Wednesday. She was detained, taken to a detention center. Rodriguez is from Colombia and has applied for asylum. But a Supreme Court ruling this week may work against Rodriguez's asylum claims. The justices, in a unanimous order on Wednesday, ordered federal appeals courts to take a harder look at whether asylum seekers face actual persecution if they're deported, which is the standard set by the immigration courts. The ruling is a win for the Trump administration's aggressive deportation agenda. A bill that would require Charlie Kirk memorials on every public college campus in Tennessee has been sent to summer study, and that could mean that it's never going to happen.
And they think that they can send back a note. And not only are they going to bully our 19-year-olds that we've sent off to learn to think, they're going to bully the General Assembly. Unfortunately, my colleagues let them get by with it. They sent it to a summer study that will never take place.
That bill's sponsor, Republican State Rep Monty Fritz, there on the Chris Hand Show. He says the schools erroneously claimed that the memorials would cost taxpayers $18 million. That is the latest news. Stick around for traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, in Antioch, they're still working a scene this morning, an injury crash on Hobson Pike at Hamilton Church Road. We've also heard from some super texters this morning, Kevin, who let me know that there is an accident on I-24, the eastbound lanes off exit 64 in Laverne. Be careful in that area as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
There is a place I'd like to go in the spring, in the fall, and in the snow. There's lots of friendly people there, and you don't have to bother to cut your hair.
5:38. Nashville's Morning News. Joan, I'm sure that somebody will explain to me the relevance of that particular piece of music.
It won't be me. I can tell you that.
This is the Smokies by Barefoot Jerry, a local music group here in Nashville that was back in the 60s and 70s when they really made their mark. Little studio over in Madison, Cinderella Studios. One of the last analog studios around town, actually. And frontman Wayne Moss wrote this song after visiting Gatlinburg and the Smokies, which, Dan, I understand you're doing that next week.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
There you go. Long way around it, but we got there.
Long way around, man, but thank you. Yes, heading out to the Smoky Mountains in Gatlinburg and Dollywood and all that. It's going to be a great time. Daughter's coming into town as well, grandson too. So actually, I forgot. This is my last day on the air for a week or so. And
believe me, nothing will happen while you're gone.
I'm sure the Iran conflict will stay exactly where it is.
Nobody will get fired.
I'm sure that all will be fine. Anyway, I will tell you that I'll be happy sleeping in. Joan, can we talk about this reporter for Nashville?
Yeah.
Note to see us?
I think that, that's how I said it. I really don't know. But
I thought it was
pronounced
Noticias.
Noticias.
You know what's so funny? I don't know if this is my own personal issue, but I liked the way Joan said it, even though Joan kind of said it almost exactly like Sam, but Sam's just sounded a little creepier in my headphones.
Well, there's a distinct octave difference.
Yeah, just a little bit.
So I would imagine you find higher pitch sounds more pleasing.
Well, that's where my voice is, so sure. Anyway, so this reporter for Nashville Noticias and Univision taken into custody by ICE.
Yes.
So what exactly happened?
She and her husband were at a gym in South Nashville off Murfreesboro Pike. So they didn't name what gym it was, but they're in the car and all these ICE cars surround it, stop it from going anywhere.
Sure.
And they took her into custody. Apparently the husband is not from Colombia as she is. And they took her into custody, and apparently she's been transferred to a detention center, which means she's on her way out of here.
She had applied for asylum, from what I understand.
Yeah.
And so what's the reasoning for her to be deported? Is it because the asylum claim isn't really
sticking?
Legit?
Yeah, she said that she got death threats while she was in Colombia, so that means that she should, be allowed to stay here. But we just learned, and I did this story in the news as well, that the Supreme Court is now saying, hey, listen, immigration courts use a certain standard to determine whether or not asylum is for real. So, people can say, oh, somebody's out to get me. But it really has to be that because of their political beliefs, because of some extenuating circumstance, they can truly believe that their life is going to imminently end if they go back to Colombia or wherever they're from.
Right.
So now that the Supreme Court has said, all right, so asylum has to be a standard above. And when, because the immigration courts will say, nope, that doesn't fit the standard. And that person who's in the country illegally will appeal that decision to a federal appeals court. Now the federal appeals court has to use that standard that the immigration courts set.
Well, yeah. I mean, the asylum process has been abused. I mean, beyond recognition.
Yes.
Listen to this, because I looked up some stats. The number of credible fear claims grew dramatically from about 3,000 in 2009 to more than 69,000 by 2016.
Yeah.
And by the way, just so people know, for people that don't know, the U.S. asylum system designed to protect people who fear persecution because of race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. In other words, you fear for your safety in whatever country that you're in. But here's what they also say, and we saw this during the Biden administration. Officials have noted that about half of the people who pass the credible fear screening never even file a full asylum application.
Yeah.
Suggesting that many may have used the claim mainly to enter the country, but then they just, as we've been saying for a long time, they just dissolve into our country, never to be seen or heard from again.
A lot of times their cases in the courts are for 8 years from now.
Oh, yeah. It's just, it's totally ridiculous.
Because the courts are overwhelmed. And this is the plan. This is going, by the book for the Democrats. This is what they want. They want to overwhelm the courts. They have actually sent lawyers to these people to help them file the asylum claim. It's just off the rails. So when the Supreme Court made that ruling on Wednesday, it was a unanimous decision by the court. All of the justices.
Even Ketanji Brown Jackson.
She wrote the opinion.
A rare moment of clarity. I bet you somebody had to have helped her.
I think so. Because there's, probably, words that are worth the quarter allowance that she probably gets. And so, I think somebody had to help her. But
I wonder if she's the stupidest ever Supreme Court justice.
Man, I'll tell you what, some of the things she says make you think it could be true.
And I'm going to get back to the whole asylum thing, but there are people who are court watchers who watch her and they facepalm some of the things that she says and some of the things that she does. But listen to this, just real quick. Mohammed Jabeda, whatever, a Liberian warlord known as Jungle Jabba, received asylum in the U.S. after lying about his past. So this dude, a warlord in Liberia, was able to get asylum in America after lying about who he was. Later evidence showed he had committed atrocities during Liberia's civil war, and he was sentenced to 30 years in prison for immigration fraud and perjury. So, I mean, here's the deal, and I haven't read the stories on this reporter for Nashville Tax and Univision, but I'd be willing to bet that it is framed in such a way where it is sympathetic to her plight and her cause. But the reality is that if the Supreme Court has come out and said that we need to be, I'm going to kind of whittle this down, we need to be stricter as to how people can use the asylum process. And they looked at her case and they said, you know what? She's lying about her asylum claims. Then I'm sorry, but the Supreme Court has said that we need to, sort of batten down the hatches as far as the people we grant asylum. And if her asylum claim failed that standard that was set on Wednesday, then she's out.
And
it doesn't seem that hard to me.
Right. Somebody texted in, a super texter 7177 said, look more into it and find out that she missed 2 court hearings as well.
Oh, well, bye-bye.
Yep.
So I don't know what else to say about it.
She's married and has a child. And so now, the lefty organizations, the news organizations are saying, it's separating their family. Well, she's free to take her family with her.
In the words of Tom Homan, everybody can go.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody can go. Yep. If that's what they want to do, then they can go.
Joan, did you have that they can only find 1 police report filed for her safety concerns in Colombia?
Is that right?
1 police report. And then all the articles she wrote have been deleted because she was, quote unquote, in fear of her life down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here's the thing, is that there have been millions of people who have cheated the system. And so now what we're going to do is, and you just mentioned it, we're going to have all of these, really sympathetic, woe is me kind of articles and TV reports where it's like, it's all going to be framed as, oh, Donald Trump is an evil ogre for getting rid of all of these people. You know what? Go talk to the Supreme Court, because they're the ones who on Wednesday have come out and they've said that it's been abused for a long time and we need to figure out a way to stop all of that abuse.
I wonder if this will change the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case at all.
Well, maybe.
Could be.
That's a great question because, old Maryland man there, I mean, I think...
He said he was being hunted down by MS-13 in El Salvador. Is that where he was?
Venezuela. Wasn't he from Venezuela? No.
I think he's from El Salvador.
Yeah, because
was it El Salvador?
MS-13
Yeah.
tattoos.
MS-13 is El Salvador.
And part of the reason that the whole asylum system is screwed up, and especially the blowback, if people want to get mad about it, the majority of the Somali immigrants in the United States have arrived as refugees and asylees.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, by the way, Venezuela is Tren de Aragua, El Salvador, MS-13. So, yeah. And I love that. The asylum process, not only the asylum process, and Sam, you bring up a great point about the Somalis. I mean, these fraudulent pirates who have been ripping us off in cities and states all across America. I think the American people are done with this crap. Like I really do. I think that people are we're tired of the crime. We're tired of the illegal aliens. We're tired of all of these folks coming into our country and, doing abhorrent things. And then, of course, we have the Democrats who try to protect them at every turn. And I think that, the American people, again, are done with it. Clearly, the Supreme Court realizes that something needs to be fixed here as well. By the way, I want to play a piece of audio. So everybody, of course, is worried, guys, about the midterm elections, right? So what have I been saying? And it's not exactly a unique opinion, but what I've been saying is that if the Democrats end up getting back the House of Representatives, what do you think their biggest priority is going to be? It's going to be trying to impeach Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Democrat Representative Ro Khanna was asked about the Democrats' first priority. This is a part of what he had to say.
So the ultimate consequence for Trump would be impeaching him. Do you think this rises to the level of impeachment?
Well, he's done so much else that I think rises to the level of impeachment. We can list that in the Bill of Goods. I am one of the people who do think if we win the House, we should impeach him because there has to be accountability.
There you go. So that's what they're going to do.
These people are insane.
That is what they're going to do. They are going... Well, and I've been saying, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be right on this, is that not only are they going to try to impeach Donald Trump, but they will attempt to, file charges against not only Donald Trump, they're going to go after J.D. Vance as well. They'll go after Marco Rubio. And part of what I believe their strategy is that Marco and J.D. Vance and all these guys, they're part of the Trump administration, but they're also very much part of the Republicans' plans for the next presidential election. So if they can try to wrap up J.D. Vance, if they could try to wrap up Marco Rubio and anyone else from the Trump administration in their evil, sinister plot to not only impeach Donald Trump, but also try to bring charges against all of these people within the Trump administration, then they'll try to pick off one by one politically everybody that was planning on running for president in 2028. So I think that part of the overall goal of the Democrats is to try to destroy not only Donald Trump, but also any future plans for anyone politically from the Trump administration. I mean, I feel like that's coming. It wouldn't surprise me at all. So, and Ro Khanna, he's, somebody very popular within the Democrat Party. And, Chuck Schumer is going to be all in as well. Lord help us if the Democrats get the Senate as well. I don't think they're going to get the Senate. But bottom line is you wrap these folks up in as many of these hearings as you can, as much of these investigations as you can. We all know what happened with Donald Trump. In the first 2 years of his first administration, what happened? They wrapped them up in the, as Donald Trump says, the Russia, Robert Mueller investigation. And that really did hamstring the president in the first part of his administration the first time around. Anyway, it is 5:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7.
Hold on. I fixed the audio.
You fixed the audio. So, in other words, when both Joan and I said that Sam cannot fix the audio that is too low going to YouTube, that made Joan and I liars.
Well, no.
We wanted to make sure that we didn't look good here, and this is that was all.
Hey, Joan, you'll notice that Sam's knife's deep voice went up a couple of octaves. Yeah. You'll notice. Well.
So what had happened was I opened the settings, and the input to this channel into the computer was like in the 30s, and it needed to be up in the 90s. So
all right.
I'm not IT. I just fixed their mistakes.
Very good. Did you also fix my framing? Because, Joan, I don't know if you noticed, but the YouTube feed, which I never look at during the show.
Yeah.
I actually did look at today because Sam complimented me on my sweatshirt, so I wanted to take a look. And I had it was a very awkward close-up, and just trust me when I say nobody wants to see me that close-up. So did you fix the framing on YouTube, Sam? Just asking.
I believe I did.
Okay, good.
You're going to have a different opinion because you're more critical, but...
It's super close still.
No, is it really?
No, it's not.
It's not? Okay.
No.
All right, very good.
That's the shape of your monitor.
I've got to make sure that I look good because I know that Amy is flying home from Georgia watching us on her phone on the plane, which is crazy when you think about it. So
she just wants to make sure that you get Riker up on time.
I was about to say, she's got to make sure you don't dig that hole any deeper.
Yes, exactly right. All right, very good. It is 5:54. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
President Trump getting a little creative to keep oil prices and gas prices down. Also, Nashville's mayor speaks out right here on WTN about the overwhelming spike in property taxes. It's all coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, and welcome on in Friday, March 6th. And there is a lot going on. I spent some good time this morning. I don't know, Joan, Sam, did you hear the really, really good interview that Matt Murphy did with Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell? You know, the more that I listened to that interview, I'm just going to be honest with you, the more frustrated I got. And I feel like the mayor doesn't necessarily understand how PO'd people are about the absolute failures of NES. Listen to this.
If you had the ability, singularly as mayor of Nashville, would you fire Teresa Broyles-Applin?
I mean, wait till you hear what the mayor's answer to that is. I'm going to give you a hint. You're probably not going to like it. So I've got some really good cuts from Matt's interview with Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell. I've got that coming up, as well as a whole lot more, some Donald Trump polling that actually looks pretty good. So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more. By the way, also coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, 7:06, Andy Ogles, Congressman Andy Ogles, will be joining us as well. It is all straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Israel is going hard on Hezbollah in Lebanon this morning with the latest strikes outside the capital city of Beirut, where the terror group is based.
We don't know how long it's going to last for. We don't know exactly how intense these strikes are going to be. We don't know for how long it will go on. But it does seem that the Israeli military has moved into a new phase of trying to more systematically target Hezbollah in the stronghold of Dahia.
That's ABC's Matt Rivers. President Trump is thinking outside the box to keep oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. ABC's Elizabeth Schultz.
That's why we have seen President Trump and the White House say the U.S. Navy is prepared to escort ships across the strait as a way to try to get that oil moving again. The White House also says the U.S. government will offer insurance to shipping companies to try to basically motivate them to take the risk.
Gas prices have jumped about 30 cents a gallon over the last week. If you're keeping score, the poly markets have reduced their bets on the Ayatollah's son becoming the next supreme leader. His odds fell below 50% this week. He had been above 80% at one point. Now that Acme Feed and Seed announced it's keeping its doors open, there's a renewed effort to help other local businesses overcome a massive property tax hike. Mayor Freddie O'Connell on the Matt Murphy Show yesterday, one change he said could be assessments taking into account historic districts.
On one side of an alley fronting Broadway, you may be in a historic property. On the other side of the alley, you may be in an area where there's a lot more height allowed for the building that you own, but the assessment process isn't necessarily going to take into account that you're in a historic district.
Also this morning, Metro Nashville police are on the scene of a shooting at a hotel. Police say somebody shot into a hotel room from a nearby rooftop at Regency Inn and Suites on Hampton Street. One person suffered gunshot wounds. We don't know that person's condition yet. Shots also landed in a hotel room on the floor below that, but nobody in that room was hit. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And stock futures this morning are sharply lower. Everything in the red. The Dow Jones Industrial's on its track for its worst week since October. That is the latest news. Stick around for your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. That crash in Antioch is still out there this morning on Hobson Pike at Hamilton Church Road, involving some injuries. In the Gulch, a crash at 8th Avenue South and the Styx Roundabout. Major roadways, they look okay this morning. 24 is starting to slow down now around the Laverne area heading westbound. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, and welcome on into a Friday, March 6th. And there is a lot going on. By the way, Nashville's Morning News brought to you by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. Find them online, TennesseeNational.com. So, Mayor Freddie O'Connell, you know, you got to at least give the mayor credit. And I know that it's hard, but you've got to give the mayor credit for showing up on the Murphy Show and going through an interview. And he talked about a lot of things, including NES and the CEO, Teresa Broyles-Applin. So let's get into that. That's what I'm going to focus on this morning. There is a news story this week about the DEI within NES. So we'll talk about that as well. But we all know the story about how unprepared NES was for the ice storm. I mean, let's just go down the list, right? We didn't have nearly enough linemen, not enough cutting of the trees. And she was very proud of the tree canopy. Of course, we know about the embracement of DEI, the website and the app for NES. Both were glitchy to the point where they simply didn't work when they needed to work. Failure after failure after failure. So one of Matt's questions seemed to really set the tone for the whole interview. Listen to this.
Do you have confidence in Teresa Broyles-Applin that she can continue to lead as CEO NES?
So here's what I'll say. While I've been in office, and even starting beforehand when I was on Metro Council, I started to see under her leadership an ability and a willingness to lean into some things we had looked at in NES that I had thought made sense, including things like utility burial, including things like simplifying and strategically improving their network. They had been working on that before the storm arrived. I do think she has given indications that for ordinary times she is a capable leader, and I think she learned a lot. And I think the question is going to be for her board, for state legislators, for people especially out of county, can she demonstrate a level of confidence in her leadership that is cross-cutting?
Okay, I don't know what the hell any of that meant, cross-cutting. Here's what I know. What I know is that when you are a leader of utility like NES, you heard the mayor basically say, well, for everyday issues, she seems fine. But what the mayor doesn't seem to understand, and by the way, you'll notice that he actually didn't answer the question about whether or not he had confidence in the CEO of NES. But part of the day-to-day priorities of NES is making sure that you are ready for when an ice storm hits, and that is where she failed. And by the way, here's the other part of that soundbite that just, really upset me and angered me, was when the mayor said something about how, she has learned a lot from this experience. That woman makes $646,000. So I'm sorry, but for $646,000, she shouldn't be learning on the job. Is that so hard, Mr. Mayor? It's great that, she's fine in ordinary times. Well, a lot of people can lead in ordinary times. But again, here's the thing. While she was doing those ordinary things in ordinary times, she wasn't doing what needed to be done as far as emergency preparedness. And again, you'll notice he didn't actually answer the question. So it doesn't seem like he does have confidence in her. He did say that he would not fire her if he had the choice.
If you had the ability, singularly as mayor of Nashville, would you fire Teresa Broyles-Applin?
It would be unlikely unless, as we've seen in at least one recent event, we had a clear finding that a decision she made was clearly a result of what was going on.
Okay, well, they started with just 160 linemen as the storm began. Next. I'm going to play that one more time.
If you had the ability, singularly as mayor of Nashville, would you fire Teresa Broyles-Applin?
It would be unlikely unless, as we've seen in at least one recent event, we had a clear finding that a decision she made was clearly a result of what was going on.
Okay, so let's just, I'm gonna talk real slow, right? So the mayor can hear me. NES began this ice storm with just 160 linemen as the storm began. That clearly wasn't enough. And so that led to a massive delay in getting the power back on. So it does seem to me like, yeah, one of her decisions led to weeks without power. So I don't understand the disconnect. During the interview, it felt like O'Connell, he was trying to defend Teresa Broyles-Applin, and I don't really understand why. Listen to what he said about the tree canopy.
That there was a clear directive under her leadership to protect the canopy of Nashville, and that's fine. If the citizens of Nashville want their trees and want to enjoy the beauty that goes along with them.
So I don't know what that was. I mean, I'm hoping this is, you've probably seen this. Their board has said, we're going to hire a couple of attorneys with a lot of experience doing this. We're going to do a rapid assessment to look at things like that. It's not. I've heard this, but I haven't gone in depth on it. Again.
Right. Can I ask a question? I'm going to rewind that about 5 seconds.
Yes, we're going to do a rapid assessment to look at things like that. It's not. I've heard this, but I haven't gone in depth on it. Again.
Why have you not gone in depth on it, Mr. Mayor? Like, I would think that, I don't know, you'd be involved in this somehow. And the whole thing with the tree canopy, where we weren't trimming the trees enough, and that led to ice on the trees, which caused them to fall onto the power lines and cut people's power? Why would you have not delved into this? Because this is a major part of the issue. I mean, it almost feels like the mayor wants to sort of disconnect himself from this whole discussion. But if he wants to be educated on these things, he needs to figure it out. Remember that before the ice storm happened, a couple of months before the ice storm happened, there was an internal report that said that because of the beloved tree canopy, that we would be in big trouble if there were an ice storm. Yet they did nothing. Here's more from the mayor.
Again, if this is something that it turns out that was her direction, I can tell you, I talked to Governor Bredesen about this in the setting up of the commission. Going back to 1994, this was where the modern era tree trimming policy for NES came from. I don't know that there have been big adjustments to it, but we should figure that out.
Well, yeah, you probably should, and we'll see if they actually do figure that out. But again, it just feels like what he's trying to do is he is trying to, in this interview, it did seem to me like he was trying to protect the CEO of NES. And I got to tell you, again, for the amount of money that she makes, and we're going to get into this in a little bit more detail, but for the amount of money that she makes, it seems stunning to me that you had the mayor say, well, you know, for the day-to-day operation of NES, she's fine, and hopefully she's learned about these kinds of situations. Well, For the amount of money that we're paying her, she should not be learning on the job. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. As far as your weather goes for today, we are going to have some clouds, a high of 82 degrees. Joan, is that what it is going to be today?
82, 83, right around that area.
82, 83, partly cloudy. Any rain?
Could be some rain today, yes.
Possible rain, 82. All right. Thank you, Joan. It is 6:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So just going over some of the relevant audio from Matt's interview with Mayor Freddie O'Connell. I'm wide-ranging, great interview on Matt's part. And again, kudos to the mayor for coming on. Matt was, very, what's the right word? He was respectful in the interview, but Matt did ask some very pointed questions. For example, Matt asked about the lack of the lineman that I just mentioned. Listen to how he seems to skate around this issue. To another related topic, but not answer the specific question as to the amount of linemen staged at the ready as the ice storm hit. Remember, it was only like 160, 165 or so, and every expert that I've heard, every person that I've spoken to says that they needed at least twice the number that they did. This is what the mayor said.
Preparation in terms of linemen and staging in ways that in similar cities we've seen reports where thousands of linemen were staged in North Carolina, thousands of linemen staged in Atlanta.
So this is exactly the thing I'm talking about, though. We found, for instance, during the middle of the ice storm, people making accusations that NES was leaving line workers on the sidelines. And I talked to regional leadership.
So see, you see what he's doing, right? So the mayor is choosing, because that is a fact. I mean, it is an absolute fact. Multiple investigations have found that we did not have enough linemen at the ready. So what the mayor did is he pivots into something else and is basically saying, well, NES is being unfairly scrutinized by people that are spreading misinformation. And I'm assuming that if I asked the question of the mayor, he would say people on social media, those kinds of things were happening on the socials. But he chooses not to answer the specific question that Matt asked about the linemen. And he segues into, this other conversation about, and I think he's talking about the story early on about how NES didn't want to work with a particular union.
NES was leaving line workers on the sidelines. And I talked to regional leadership for the IBEW, which has access to a lot of line workers, connected them directly to NES leadership, and it opened a channel. We got told by other people that thing had not happened. So I can tell you definitively one line of accusations that was made at NES is provably untrue because I had firsthand knowledge of it.
So the mayor choosing not to talk about one thing that has been proven to go into something else that he claims has not been proven. So, again, as I'm listening to this interview, it doesn't seem like he has done a lot of due diligence as of yet. I would have hoped that he would have. Matt also did ask a fantastic question about the salary of the head of NES.
Do you believe that $654,000 is an acceptable amount of compensation for the CEO of NES?
I mean, this is a hard one to judge on because if I'm looking at all of the executive leadership and the public level, I raised that question myself when I was on Metro Council looking at overall levels of NES compensation, and what I heard from board members at the time was, this is sort of a necessary competitive landscape to get a credible leader for a utility of this size.
$654,000. And again, not to belabor the point, but I do. That's what I do. I belabor points. But my point is that with what we're paying for that job, then we should expect better from the leader of that utility. That $654,000 salary should guarantee us that when the crap hits the fan, or the ice hits the ground and the utility poles and the trees and everything, that they're ready to go. Not learning on the job, like the mayor said earlier. Not, oh, she's learned from this experience. Well, at that salary, there should not be any learning on the job. There shouldn't be. And by the way, earlier this week, with the war and everything else, or the whatever you want to call it in Iran, I didn't cover this as I should have. I think this came out on Wednesday or Thursday. This headline from the Tennessee Star. The headline is, NES asking workers to consider connection to those of a different race and sexual orientation in one of their now infamous 102 DEI training sessions, according to a new report. So the second that I saw that headline, I'm thinking, okay, so they were more concerned with the connection of workers inside NES to those of different races and sexual orientation and so forth. Seems to me like they were more concerned about that connection than keeping people connected to power. Presentation slides from a diversity, equity, and inclusion training session held by Nashville Electric Service in 2023 were published by the Daily Wire on Wednesday, revealing employees were asked to consider their connection to individuals with different backgrounds and beliefs, including those of different races and with different sexual preferences. I mean, what an absolute cluster. Looking back on what happened during the ice storm and looking back at what they seem to be focused on. And I know that there's going to be people that'll say, well, they weren't focused on the DEI. These were just, 102, DEI training sessions, but they can walk and chew gum at the same time. The problem is, and I'm just going to tell you, the problem is that when we saw such catastrophic failures within NES, with the board and with the CEO, Teresa Boyle-Zapplin, and then you see that this was one of the things that they were focused on, it's just a bad look. As we like to say, it doesn't age well. Daily Wire reporting the training session corresponding to the slides included in its reporting was conducted in 2023, suggesting it was one of the 102 DEI events for employees revealed by NES in an environmental, social, and governance report held from 2023 and until early 2024. But here's another part of the story. NES had said that those DEI training sessions ended in 2024, but the story, according to the Tennessee Star, actually says that, and they admit that, well, the training sessions did not end in 2024. Those training sessions actually ended in 2025. So in addition to problems keeping the power on, it would appear that NES also has issues with the truth. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan has the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, Operation Epic Fury is looking pretty furious this morning. We'll explain. Also, new flights have just been added between Nashville and Knoxville. Those stories at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Iran shooting more missiles into Israel today, but some overshot their targets, and they ended up in the sea. Fox News' Trey Yinks.
The Israelis, though, striking back, releasing some new video showing them going after Iran's ballistic missile launching positions. They say they've hit hundreds of these since the operation began, greatly reducing Iran's capability to fire large barrages of missiles into the Gulf or at Israel.
Meantime, Ukrainian interceptor drone specialists are being deployed to the Middle East to assist the U.S. And France has just announced it deployed an aircraft carrier strike group to the Mediterranean Sea. It'll arrive tonight. President Emmanuel Macron, however, saying this is a strictly defensive operation and that France will play no role in assisting the U.S. or Israel's offensive operations. Here in Tennessee, a bill to require Charlie Kirk memorials on every public college campus may never make it to the State House floor. State House Representative Monty Fritz telling Chris Hand yesterday the institutions claim they would cost taxpayers $18 million, and that is an exaggeration by design.
This was evidence, brother, that our academic industrial complex needs a reconciliation in Tennessee. They think they're going to continue to pollute our children's minds with wokeism and atheism and communism, and that we can't do a damn thing about it. That's what they think.
Fritz is running for governor, by the way, says if he's elected, he'll withhold funding from colleges and universities for those woke policies. Southwest Airlines offering a new route between Nashville and Knoxville. It's a 1-hour nonstop flight compared to driving, which can take 3 hours, but the airfare runs $334 for a one-way ticket. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 631 on Super Talk 99.7. The guaranteed offer from my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. It is the easiest way to sell your home. You're going to save time and make the most money. Now you can say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, they are going to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Now, one of their satisfied clients, Steve, said my experience with Mark Spain Real Estate was beyond 5 stars. Not only did I get an amazing offer on my home, he says, but we also closed quickly too. He says, I'm so appreciative of Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, Steve's not alone. Mark Spain Real Estate has over 13,000 5-star reviews. They sell more than 38 homes every single day, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. You can trust Mark Spain to provide the strongest cash offer in the industry and sell your home hassle-free. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home today. There's no obligation. Call them at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Got a crash in the Gulch. It's on 8th Avenue South at the Styx roundabout. The major roadways look okay so far this morning. 24 West begins to slow down in Laverne. Normal volume going on there. And on 65, heading into Nashville, the southbound side, slow at the Goodlettsville area. That also looks like normal volume. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
634, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, and hope you are doing well. There is a lot going on. We do have Congressman Andy Ogles, who is going to be joining us. That is going to be at 7:06. Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs at 8:06 here on Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joan, real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think that Glenn Jacobs, the mayor of Knox County, does he get tired of people calling him Kane?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Should I ask him that? Because I would get tired of it. Because he's clearly moved, well beyond the world of wrestling.
Sure, but it's part of it's part of why he is where he is, right? You wouldn't have known who he was if he was just some.
Well, I would know that he was the Knox County mayor.
Yeah,
I mean, you know what? When I first interviewed him, and it was years ago, and he's always such a great interview. But I'm ashamed to say that when I first interviewed him, they had to explain to me who Kane was or what Kane was. I had no idea.
Yeah,
I'm not a wrestling guy.
Know. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just, I'm actually not going to ask him that question because I've got a lot of really important things that I want to talk to him about, things going on here in the state of Tennessee. So, and by the way, I've decided that my interview with Glenn Jacobs, it is going to be free of any discussion regarding the war or anything else because that has certainly been well covered. I want to focus on some Tennessee issues and looking forward to that conversation at 8:06. And again, Andy Ogles going to be at 7:06 here on Super Talk 99.7. I heard your news report, Joan, about there's been a lot of missiles going back and forth overnight and this morning. That does continue as well. Is Iran having, as far as you can tell, they're having some success with their drones and so forth, but there have also been a lot of interceptions. Is that basically what you're seeing as well?
I am. Also, the U.S. blew up one of its, now the U.S. is on its 30th ship from Iran.
They've got nothing left.
Yeah, down in the bottom of the ocean. But one of the ships that they blew up was one that was a strike. It held all the drones that
it's a drone carrier.
Yeah, so that's one thing that we're looking toward. Also, they're very focused. The U.S. and Israel is very focused on the launchers. So they're trying to strike at the areas where the missiles and the drones are being launched from, because they can have all the missiles they want, but if they can't launch them, then they're no good. So that's what they're focused on at this point. Also, Iran yesterday, they used some of the bunker busters, which are, they're not supposed to be used.
Right, but the thing about Iran is they're going to do what they're going to do, and I think Iran, you said they're not supposed to use the bunker busters?
No, I think by international law,
bunker
busters are not supposed to be used.
I'm pretty sure Iran doesn't care about international law.
Pretty sure you're right about that.
Marco Rubio, this audio has been making the rounds. Sam has pulled it up. This is audio from Marco Rubio back in 2015, and it does pertain to what we're talking about. Go ahead and play it, Sam.
Senator from Tennessee would like to close on this matter. I think everything that needs to be said about the details of this deal have already been said. I do want to be recorded for history's purposes before I know what is going to happen in regards to this if it goes through. Iran will immediately use the money that it's receiving in sanctions relief to begin to build up its conventional capabilities. It will establish the most dominant military power in the region outside of the United States, and it will raise the price of us operating in the region. They're going to build anti-access capabilities, rockets capable of destroying our aircraft carriers and ships. Continue to build these swift boats that are able to come on us, these fast boats that are able to swarm our naval assets. And they'll make it harder and harder for U.S. troops to be in the region. They'll also work with other terrorist groups in the region to target American servicemen and women. And they may or may not deny that they're involved, but they will target us and raise the price of our presence in the Middle East until they hope to completely pull us out of that region. They'll also continue to build long-range missiles, missiles capable of reaching the United States. Those are not affected by this deal, and they'll continue to build them as they've been doing. And then at some point in the near future, when the time is right, they will build a nuclear weapon. And they will do so because at that point they will know that they have become immune, that we will no longer be able to strike their nuclear program because the price of doing so will be too high. This is not just a work of imagination. It exists in the world today. It's called North Korea. where a lunatic possesses dozens of nuclear weapons and a long-range rocket that can already reach the United States. And we cannot do anything about it. An attack on North Korea today would result in an attack on Tokyo, or Seoul, or Guam, or Hawaii, or California. And so the world must now live with a lunatic in possession of nuclear weapons. And this is the goal Iran has as well, to reach a point where they become immune to any sort of credible military threat, because the price of a military strike would be too high. And then they become an established nuclear weapons power. And never in the history of the world has such a regime ever possessed weapons so capable of destruction. Iran is led by a supreme leader who is a radical Shia cleric with an apocalyptic vision of the future. He is not a traditional geopolitical actor who makes decisions on the basis of borders or simply history or because of ambitions. He has an religious apocalyptic vision of the future, one that calls for triggering a conflict between the non-Muslim world and the Muslim world, one that he feels especially obligated to trigger. And he's going to possess nuclear weapons. This is the world that we are on the verge of leaving our children to inherit. And perhaps we ourselves will have to share in it. And so I want to be recorded for history's purposes, if nothing else, to say that those of us who opposed this deal understood where it would lead. And we are making a terrible mistake. And I fear that a passage of this deal will make it even harder for us to prevent it. And I hope that there is still time to change our minds. But here's the good news. Iran may have a supreme leader, but America does not. In this nation, we have a republic. And soon we will have new leaders, perhaps in this chamber, but also in the executive branch. And I pray that on their first day in office, they will reverse this deal and reimpose the sanctions and back them up with a credible threat of military force, or history will condemn us for not doing what needed to be done at this critical moment in the world's history.
You know, it's interesting, Joan and Sam, the more that I hear of Marco Rubio, the more I just...
Did you also just get chills listening to that prophetic speech?
It is very prophetic, and it was worth, it was a long audio bite, but I mean, it was every word that he said was critical, and as you said, prophetic as well. And the more we hear of Marco Rubio, I mean, obviously the more amazing and incredible he is, in my opinion. And he was correct. And everything that he was saying about the Iranian nuclear deal was correct. And when we see what Iran is doing with firing all of these rockets and these missiles and these drones, not only at Israel, but at all of these other neighboring nations as well in the Middle East, imagine if they did have nukes. That's the whole point. Imagine if they did have nukes. And so I think that, I understand that there's a lot of concerns about a lot of different things going on with this war. But I also understand that the United States did see, and Donald Trump and Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance and everybody else did see Iran as a very legitimate threat, nuclear and otherwise. Iran does continue to fire drones and missiles at Israel and other nations in the Middle East. Some are calling last night's barrage the most intense yet from Iran. So now we have some of these other Gulf states, Lebanon, Turkey, Azerbaijan, all impacted with Iran's retaliatory strikes. President Trump apparently gave an interview to Time magazine, and they write that he does acknowledge that there is a worry about retaliatory strikes here in America, like we just saw in Austin, Texas, and that, yes, some Americans may die. So, you do hear a lot of people on the left, and, they're freaking out, and they're talking about how Donald Trump is doing the wrong thing. We do have part of what's going on with this war, whatever you want to call it. Some people are trying not to call it a war. Some people are calling it a military action, whatever. But there's a narrative battle that is definitely going on here in America. You've got many Iranians and many people from the Middle East who live here right now who are voting, or rooting, I should say, against Iran, at least against Iran's government. Listen to this.
So God bless America. We love America. We respect the flag. This is our second flag. Our first flag is the flag of the United States of America. God bless America. God bless all of you. God bless our Army, our Navy, and whoever participating in this. And I pray in the name of Jesus, all of you guys to come back home safe. And again, we love you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. God bless America, and we love the flag of this country. Thank you so much.
I mean, I understand I run the risk of sounding like I'm running propaganda, and I'm not, but that is part of the news cycle where you have all of these people from the Middle East, and, they used to live in the Middle East, and now they're here, and they are cheering on Donald Trump. They're saying thank you to Donald Trump. And, then you have the people on the left, and they hate everything that Donald Trump does. And so, they are continuing, they're complaining about what Donald Trump is doing as well, including, of course, people in the media. And I guess my question to you would be, okay, so you see all of these idiots on libs of TikTok. And listen, I could do an entire show full of the morons that are being posted by libs of TikTok. And I get that. But you have all of these people on libs of TikTok who are, progressives and so forth, never been to Iran, never been to the Middle East. And yet they have the audacity to act like they know. And the reality is that they don't. Do you know who I trust? I trust a lot of these people who used to live in Iran or used to live in the Middle East. They know what has been going on in the Middle East, and now they're cheering because they are hopeful for change. Those are the people that I would more than likely listen to help me form my perspective as to what is going on. The morons on libs of TikTok, they're fun to laugh at. They're great for show prep. But as far as using that to form my perspective on what is going on in the Middle East, I know that if I'm on the opposite side of the idiots on libs of TikTok and what has been posted on libs of TikTok, then I know that I'm going in the right direction. I do still have my concerns. I still have the concerns that I've had for quite some time. However, we're in it. We're in it to win it. I love that we're being aggressive. I love that Israel's being aggressive as well, because the more aggressive that we are, the sooner this whole thing ends. It is 6:46 on WTN. Time to check the roads on Super Talk. Very good. 6:47 now. Super Talk 89.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes, we may see a little bit of rain today, a high of about 83. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So we're talking about reaction from all across the world to what is going on, the military action that is going on in Iran. Played you audio of a Persian guy here in America. We saw all of these rallies for America in Los Angeles, where they have a huge Iranian population. In Manchester, UK, there's a bunch of hardliners, like Iranian hardliners, who wanted to have a vigil for the now obliterated Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And I love this. A bunch of folks, Iranians and Middle Easterners, mind you, show up to interrupt their vigil, and they have a dance party.
Supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, he's dead.
That's, of course, Donald Trump. And this is in the streets of Manchester, United Kingdom.
Khamenei, he's dead.
So you get all these people that show up to have a vigil for Ayatollah al-Khamenei, and they've got all these other people show up and essentially taking over and having a dance party celebrating the Ayatollah's obliteration. I do love that.
That's a great mix.
What's that?
That song. It's a great mix. Like, it makes me want to do shots.
It is a great mix, and perhaps on doing shots. Is that actually available somewhere? See if you can find that.
I will try to find it.
Try to find that, because maybe that could be our opening theme song for like the 8 o'clock hour. By the way, I don't know if you heard this or saw this, but in Washington, D.C.
On this vote, the yeas are 372, the nays are 53, 2 recorded as present. 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to.
All right, so what was that resolution? The House of Representatives passed a resolution to formally declare Iran as the largest state sponsor of terrorism. 372 were the yeas, and 53, of course, said no. Now, this was a vote to reaffirm that status. It's not a new designation. That designation has been going on for a long time. Iran has actually had that status. I believe it's since the mid-1980s, 1984. The Democrats who voted no on that, of course, the usual suspects. You've got your Ilhan Omar, you've got your Rashida Tlaib, among others. Meantime, in Iran, just kind of giving you a broad scope of what is going on with the war. In Iran, they have this assembly of experts who will be naming a new supreme leader. And it either, and I don't know, Joan, if you've got an update on this, but it looks like they'll be either choosing the son of the guy Trump obliterated, and in that case, it's just another hardliner. Israel says, you know what? You go right on ahead, and we'll just go ahead and kill him, too. I mean, I do love that attitude.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, in a interview, dismissed that choice and said that he wants someone who will go in and basically clean out all of the hardliner crap and try and rebuild Iran, where it is, a government for the people and not the Islamic Republic, which has been the issue for, the last, 1979, so whatever that is, 40 years, whatever it is. As far as the ground troops go, Iran has been warning America that they are ready for those attacks, but Donald Trump says Iran has lost everything and that even more intense bombing is going to happen in the coming days. And so you have that as well. And the president did say that he was worried about attacks here in the homeland. And how much time? I've been going through a lot. Go ahead, Joan.
Did you hear that the poly markets are not as keen on the Ayatollah's son taking over as the next supreme leader?
No, tell me.
So the odds have fallen. So they were at like at 80%, and now it's fallen below 50%. So, so it's not looking like he's going to be the guy, if you believe the poly markets.
I do believe the poly markets, actually, because they take politics out of everything.
Yeah.
I kind of hope he's the guy, though. You know why?
Because they'll take him out.
Well, just also because then we can play this banger again.
Ayatollah Khamenei is dead.
So where is this?
This is an Iranian DJ.
Khamenei is dead.
He put it together and posted it to Facebook and Instagram because obviously he's happy, his people are happy, and he's cropped it with videos of people celebrating, doing shots in front of the television. The clip I found on Facebook is hilarious.
Love it.
Iran's former supreme leader.
You know what's so funny, Joan? Is that, when I was referencing the libs of TikTok earlier.
Yeah.
So you see, and I always get in trouble because I'll call them like purple-haired freaks or whatever.
Yeah.
They always they all have a look. So I'm like, who am I? And I apologize to, you good God-fearing conservatives that have purple hair. I'm just whatever. But it's like, who am I going to really have, empathy for or pay attention to? Some dip crap out of like New York or Chicago or whatever, who's never been to the Middle East and just is a Donald Trump hater and screaming about, what Donald Trump is doing. Or people like that Iranian DJ who is celebrating, I'm assuming he's in Iran, and all the Iranians who are celebrating the death of Ayatollah al-Khamenei, right? So who are you gonna feel more of a kinship with? The nut job, liberal on libs of TikTok, or the Iranians who are celebrating in the streets?
Yeah, no, and the point made, if you remember a couple days ago, you were talking about how Spain didn't want us to land our aircraft there. It's like a staging area. We're like, no, don't do that. Well, the president of the Madrid region, Isabel Diaz Ayuso, was apparently the one that was like, nope, we need to allow the U.S. to do that. And she was quoted when people want to, stick up for the Iranian regime. I encourage them to go to Tehran alone and drunk, the Madrid president retorted in response to criticism from opposition. Bring their gay friends. See when they hang them from cranes. This is how they treat homosexuality and women. Like she was trying to make that point across in the Spanish parliament that these are not people to be messed with. You need to just go ahead and get it done.
Well, somebody ought to tell Keir Starmer that, because he is still part of the resistance across the pond, as they say. So I do find the whole thing fascinating, the nations that are against us doing what we're doing. And then you have a lot of these Muslim countries, Muslim majority countries, who are for what it is that we're doing. So fascinating, to say the least. I want to play this. I don't know. Do I have time to play a 20-second cut?
Yeah, of course. Listen to me. Sam, do we have time to play a 20-second cut?
Absolutely.
This is Bret Baier on Fox News. You got all of these people on the left talking about how Donald Trump is deeply, deeply unpopular. Listen very closely to this from Bret Baier.
If you look at the Real Clear Politics average of polls for presidents at this moment, at this day, and you look at that chart, President Trump is at 43.3%, President Obama at 42.5%, President Bush at 38.7%.
All right,
March 5th.
So if you missed that, Obama, at this point in presidency number 2, 43.3%. Obama at this moment, President Trump's approval rating is at 43.3%. That is higher than Obama's 42.5%, and that is also higher than George Bush at 38.7%. So as much as people want to try to tell you that Donald Trump is a deeply, deeply unpopular president, the reality is that his numbers are higher than Obama and Bush at this time in their second term. There's also an NBC News poll that shows that 90% of MAGA supports Operation Epic Fury. There is a lot of talk going around about Donald Trump and his unpopularity, but I do believe that is something that honestly is being overplayed by the left and the media. 6:57. Joan, what you got coming up in the news at 7?
Well, it looks like Israel is doing its best to wipe Hezbollah off the face of the earth. Also, stocks are poised for another trouncing today. Cover your ears if you don't want to hear about your 401k. It's coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. In the Middle East, there are more attacks on the capital city of Tehran as the conflict enters its 7th day.
Residents in Tehran reporting that last night was the heaviest night of bombing so far as the US and Israel step up their campaign, warning that more is to come. But Iran's still showing it's capable of retaliating.
That's ABC's Ian Pannell there. Heavy bombing in southern Lebanon, too, where Israel is targeting Hezbollah's headquarters. And there's also a fresh report from the Wall Street Journal just moments ago that says the Israeli military has dismantled the Ayatollah's underground military bunker in Tehran. It had stretched under multiple streets. The Ayatollah was killed above ground, of course, but that bunker was still being used by senior Iranian officials after his death. Roughly 50 Israeli fighter jets struck it this morning, Israel saying that that bunker contained numerous entrances and meeting rooms. Closer to home here, election 2026 in Tennessee. The deadline to file for candidacy is quickly approaching. And 6th District Congressman John Rose on Chris Hand's show yesterday said the past is serving as a guide to bid for his bid to become governor.
We know from the 2018 race, we all remember well that Governor Lee was thought to have no chance all the way up until early June of that year. Then broke out and, obviously ended up being the next governor of Tennessee. So this race is not about, influential, elected officials who endorse.
The candidate filing deadline is on Tuesday. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com.
Dow futures were higher overnight, but the industrials are on track for their worst week since October. The turmoil continued Thursday with the Dow losing nearly 800 points to close just under 48,000. The S&P gave up 0.5%, the Nasdaq Composite 0.25%. The Trump administration is looking at ways to stanch the surge in oil prices brought on by the war in the Persian Gulf. The U.S. Navy may begin escorts of oil tankers transiting through the crucial Strait of Hormuz. Temporary store closures brought on by historic winter storms hit the Gap's portfolio right in the bottom line during the fourth quarter of last year. Old Navy was especially hard hit, missing on comparable store sales over the holiday shopping season. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures are down now. We've got the Dow futures minus 321 points. That is the latest news. Stick around for traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash on 40 westbound at the Eastern Split this morning. That's right at I-24. It's in the left shoulder, and that's causing quite a backup this morning. 24 westbound looks slow around the Laverne area. It's also pretty slow on 24 eastbound this morning as you're making your way in from the north. That delay starting in right around the Joelton area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, and welcome on in to a Friday, March 6th. And we've got Congressman Andy Ogles joining us. Congressman, always great to have you on. I thought this was interesting what you folks did last night in the House of Representatives, passing a resolution to formally declare Iran as the largest state sponsor of terrorism. Overwhelmingly, of course, 372 for yes, 53 no's. Now, this has been going on since 1984, so this really was a vote to reaffirm that status. Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's important to state the obvious. So, since the fall of the Shah in 1979, Iran has been exporting terror. And so we wanted to double down, send that message so the American people understand that this is an issue. When you look at October 7th with Hamas, you've got Hezbollah, you've got the Houthis. Without Iran and that funding, and keep in mind, that the Biden administration sent billions of dollars into Iran, and sometimes it was stacks of cash, and those days are over. So I literally was in Jerusalem just before the attacks began. Obviously, I had to leave, but I was there with the Prime Minister. I was there with Ambassador Huckabee as we were assessing next steps and the right path for the United States of America.
All right. Well, so you opened up that conversation. So what was accomplished in those meetings? Anything that you can share?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is just, making sure that everybody's on the same page as far as diplomatically, understanding what they want to accomplish. At the same token, we've got to prioritize our own, homeland security, our own priorities, because, regardless of where anyone is on the spectrum when it comes to Israel, you've got to understand that Israel is our eyes and ears on the ground in the Middle East. When you look at some of our ballistic missiles and those types of capabilities that we use in our own Golden Dome to protect our homeland, we develop those with Israel and we deploy them with Israel in the Middle East so they can be tested and so that that they have operational functionality. So they're a great partner when it comes to our own defense. And quite frankly, there's a lot of opportunity there for American businesses as we go forward. That look, Iran was destabilizing the region, and as I've talked to my contacts in Iran, they want their country back. The Persian people, the Iranian people want their country back, and and I would be I'm against any American forces being on the ground. This has got to be something that the people of Iran want. What we can do is assist in taking out their capabilities. Because, the Iranian regime has killed roughly, I think the media's reporting 30,000 or so individuals. The reality is that number's close to 60,000 people have been murdered in Iran over the last 2 months.
Wow. Okay. And that's obviously double what has been reported. One of the things that has been frustrating to me, Congressman, and you did just sort of touch on it, but if you want to put a finer point on it, we can. But part of what frustrates me is that there is a contingent out there, and it is within, our conservative movement that, this is just, Israel trying to manipulate Donald Trump into going into Iran and we're all just, the puppet of Benjamin Netanyahu and all those kinds of things. I personally find that ridiculous. But if you want to put a finer point on it, go ahead, unless you want to just move on.
No, I think that's a great point and a great question. I mean, and so I look at this through the lens of two, really. So I'm on the Financial Services Committee, and within that, I'm on the National Security Subcommittee for that. And then, of course, I'm Homeland Security and the chairman of Cyber. And we are under constant digital cyber attacks emanating from Iran and North Korea and all the proxies that go in between and funded by those groups. But we know we have Iranian terror cells operating on U.S. soil in the United States of America, and we don't know where they all are. There were Iranian assassins that were unleashed. They're in the United States of America, and we do not know where they are. And so this is real. And when I look at the Iran, Israel, the Middle East, France, Germany, Britain, I look at it from the perspective of what's in the best interest of the United States of America, what's in the best interest of our people as we go forward, and because that's my job. And I can tell you, Iran wants to undermine, destroy the little Satan, which is Israel, but the big Satan, which is the United States.
You mentioned, of course, your role on the House Committee on Homeland Security. That does include cybersecurity as well. The Democrats are still holding DHS hostage, and currently right now, our ability regarding cybersecurity, that part of DHS is shut down by that partial government shutdown. Iran and China both are adept at cyber warfare. Are we at risk right now, thanks to the Democrats?
We're at a huge risk, and it's not just cyber. Now, keep in mind, we do have other siloed capabilities, but we're not at full force, right? Like, we always, because that's the thing, when you're being constantly attacked, we have to be right every single time. They only have to be right once, right? And, when you look at Iran, when they fire multiple missiles, they don't have to have all of those missiles hit their target. They just need one. And so that's the issue that you face with cyber. But the other thing is there's lesser known capabilities out there that are also defunded and not operating, part of which is our ability to detect nuclear weapons at our ports. That's not funded right now. And that's not largely being reported on. It's not classified. It's sensitive. But that being said, is we have some real gaps in our national security right now because of the Democrats, because of their obstinance and their selfishness and putting themselves first over their country. And quite frankly, it pisses me off.
It pisses me off as well, Congressman. And I know that, matter of fact, I was speaking earlier on the broadcast today, where I think that the American people are really done with the behavior of the Democrats, people like Ilhan Omar, people like Rashida Tlaib, and the Democrats by and large, and not to go too far off kilter here, but Chuck Schumer yesterday, of course, as you know, there have been some changes at the top of the Department of Homeland Security, and we now have Mark Wayne Mullins. He is going to probably be confirmed as now to head the Department of Homeland Security. Kristi Noem is out, and Chuck Schumer is saying, well, we're not going to confirm him unless there's all of these changes to ICE. And number one, the Republicans have a solid majority in the Senate. But I think that really puts a point on the fact that the Democrats, they're just being obstructionist at this point.
I mean, when you're putting, it's one thing to be an obstructionist, all right? And procedurally, there's way, the Senate rules are really just antiquated and old-fashioned, but that's how the founders wanted it to be. They wanted it to be cumbersome. Whereas in the House, it's much more streamlined. It's simple majority votes. We don't have all these crazy rules. But so it's one thing to be an obstructionist. It's another thing to put Americans in harm's way. And that's what the Democrats are doing. And that's the thing that people need to understand. So when you're not funding the Department of Homeland Security, when you're not funding the very agencies that detect nuclear material at our ports of entry, like, that's a problem. Like, we literally are at risk right now. Fortunately, some of our adversaries are taking a step back because they recognize, holy crap, they are the dominant predator across all landscapes. Oh, by the way, we don't want to piss off the United States. When you look at the operation with Maduro, when you look at the effectiveness of the way we've targeted in Iran, taking out their capabilities, and we're not done. There's a lot of underground missile capabilities that Iran still has. I think the bigger issue with Iran right now is they have these drones that can be manufactured at about $30,000 a piece. They run low and slow, and so they're harder to take out just because of the physics that take place when you have a hypersonic missile being fired at them. But that's a reality that we're dealing with, is finding these drone factories. But the Democrats they don't have a message. They don't have a leader. I mean, even when you look at Fox right now, James Carville is saying that Omar needs to leave the Democratic Party because they're attacking one another and, quite frankly, alienating their own people. But look, getting back and why this is so important and why people need to pay attention is the Democratic Party right now is literally putting the American public in harm's way. That's not rhetoric. That's not politics. That's fact. When we have departments that are critical to our safety that are not being paid.
You know, Congressman Andy Ogles is joining us on Super Talk 99.7. You mentioned earlier the terrorism that, in my opinion, we saw in Austin, Texas, for example. A guy shows up in property of Allah sweatshirt and an Iranian shirt underneath that sweatshirt, kills people at that bar in Austin. And I think that you're right. We are at risk. I know you can't give up any classified information, but we know that the 4 years of Joe Biden, a lot of bad people came across our southern border. So how worried are you that we're going to see more of that? President Trump, by the way, did an interview yesterday where he said that these kinds of attacks are going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you can't live in fear. We've got to go about our daily lives. That's the whole idea behind terrorism, is they want you to live in fear. They want you to be afraid. They want it to disrupt your economy, as well as maim, harm, and kill. But this guy that you're talking about, his name's like Ndiaga Diagne. He's from Senegal. He never should have been here. Look, this is our country. We get to decide who comes in, and we get to decide who leaves. And so we should be able to decide, you know what, at this window, whether it's a 6-month window or a 12-month window, that we need doctors and lawyers. This next 6-month window, we need engineers, or we need construction workers, or we get to decide. But instead, Biden flooded our country, flooded our economy with people that don't belong here. You look at that guy from Somalia, Mohammed. I mean, with a name like that, he should have never been allowed into the country. But he raped a woman on the steps of a church in Nashville. You look at the guy, Mina Awad from Egypt. Again, raped a 16-year-old girl in Nashville on New Year's Eve. None of those folks, none of them should have been in this country. They offered nothing to our society. They offered nothing to our economy. And again, we were told when we let all the Afghanis come into this country that we owed them something. Well, yet 68% of Afghans are now on social welfare. We're funding them. That's taking money away from our kids. That's taking money away from our veterans. And when I have to choose, I choose our veterans and kids first, not Afghanis, not Senegalese, not Somalians. And if that hurts your feelings, well, I'm sorry, but America first. America first.
And I like the fact you now have a piece of legislation that would ban immigration from some of these Muslim countries. Would this be basically codifying President Trump's executive order from 2017, and it was expanded in this term?
Yeah, so it takes it a step further. So when you have executive orders, they're quickly and easily overturned. This puts it in legislation. It restricts immigration from Iran, Libya, North Korea, Sudan, Central African Republic. The types of Venezuela. It also can be expanded. So it lists specifically 10 countries, but then it lists parameters of others that can be included. But look, at the end of the day, Islam is incompatible with the West. That's what we're seeing in London. That's what we're seeing in Paris. That's what we're seeing in Rome. And if you don't believe me, when you look at London specifically, 40% of sex crimes by foreigners, Muslims. 83% of petty crime in Rome, foreigners, specifically Muslims. And the list, and by the way, that's not Republican data. Those crime stats are from the their own police department. So I'm assuming that those numbers are actually skewed to try to make them not look as bad. But look, when you look at the values, in Quran 4:3, polygamy is allowed. When you look at Quran 65:4, child marriage is allowed. When you look at Quran 4:24, 23:5-6, they allow the rape of slaves and concubines and people that they've kidnapped. That doesn't belong here in this country. All right, it's not working in Europe. You look at Sweden, you look at the UK, they've become the rape capitals of Europe. Why? Because they've been invaded by primarily African Muslims, and it's not working. And we're going to have this tough conversation, because I put our country first, our wives, our daughters, our children first, not individuals from Somalia, Senegal, or wherever the hell else they're coming from.
Well, and you're right. And these are the conversations that the UK and Europe don't allow people to have. So I'm glad that you're doing it. Yeah.
Well, they're even banning dogs in the UK now because it offends Muslims. I'm sorry. I'm going to buy as many dogs as I want, because you know why? It's America and we're free.
Absolutely. All right. I want to do one thing here quickly of local concern, Congressman. I know that you've been keeping up to speed on all things Nashville Electric Service here, including some of these investigations that are going on into their catastrophic failures. Matt Murphy asked this question of Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell.
If you had the ability, singularly as mayor of Nashville, would you fire Teresa Broyles-Applin?
It would be unlikely unless, as we've seen in at least one recent event, we had a clear finding that a decision she made was clearly a result of what was going on.
So, I mean, there's so many bad decisions that she made that she is deserving to be fired. The mayor doesn't seem to think that, we have enough information yet to fire her. You got any thoughts?
She's fired. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So look, the storm, we are vulnerable to ICE. In her own statements, they weren't maintaining trees in densely populated areas in and around Nashville because they wanted the canopies to be pretty. Look, literally, the electric service down here in our area came through. They obviously got permission, but they butchered some of our trees. Why? Because they were up against the next two power lines. I appreciated that. We live out in the country. Those power lines come down. It's going to be 2 weeks before they go back up. I understand that's the privilege of having electricity coming to my home. But her own words, if she did not do her job, she was more worried about aesthetics than she was the functionality and actually her responsibility, right? That was her job. She was the CEO to make sure that the directive of that company was delivered to their customers, and she failed in doing it. Look, you can thank Kristi Noem for helping secure the border. You can thank Kristi Noem for the 200,000 missing children that have been now located. You can thank her for the good things she's done, but she's made some mistakes, and the president says it's time for us to move on. It's time for us to have new leadership, and that's what the president is doing. That's what an effective chief executive does. That's what should happen at the electric service, and that's what the mayor should have said.
All right, Congressman, did we miss anything? Or I feel like it was pretty wide-ranging. Anything else you want to say?
Well, I would say, keep your head on a swivel. There's a lot going on in the Middle East, a lot of things that we can't talk about, but prayers for our troops that are in harm's way, prayers for the people on the ground in Iran. I mean, this is transformative. If this succeeds, this changes the Middle East for the next 20, 30 years. And the reign of terror that was exported and paid for by Iran is coming to an end.
Congressman, always great to have you on, and appreciate the words regarding our veterans and everything else, and appreciate, again, you being on Nashville's Morning News. It is 7:25 on Nashville's Morning News. Brentwood Jewelry, it is March, my friends. Lots of weddings are being planned right now. I can tell you that the best place for engagement rings is Brentwood Jewelry. You've got to check out their vast selection of wedding bands. You've got semi-mount engagement rings. You've got loose diamonds as well. They've got all kinds of rings, all different kinds of styles, every budget as well. So if you need an engagement ring, number one, congratulations. Number two, you got to check out Brentwood Jewelry. They are the official jewelry store of the Mandis House. I bought Amy a couple of amazing pairs of earrings, and she has bought me my favorite watch. So you want to check them out. Brentwood Jewelry, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. Dan Mandis here, lifelong dog owner, and I've seen all kinds of behaviors with my animals, and sometimes bad behaviors, of course. So I bet if you have a dog, you've seen some of those bad behaviors as well. Now, if you've got a dog that needs some behavior training right now, my buddy Jeff and his crew at Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they can help you. These guys, they are, I got to tell you, high-end dog trainers. That's what they do. They take the most problematic pups and they do everything they can to fix those behavioral issues, whether we're talking about aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience. They can help you help your dog with just about anything. And what I really like about Ridgeside Canine Nashville is that they believe that owner education is just as important as dog training, and long-term success with your dog begins with you. And Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they've got a lifetime support guarantee. They are there for you 24/7. So check them out today. If you've got a dog that needs training, they can help you today. 615-878-0380. 615-878-0380. Jeff is going to call you right back if it goes to voicemail. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we begin with a new Epstein document dump.
The Department of Justice quietly posted 3 FBI interview reports from 2019. Those reports contain uncorroborated allegations made against President Trump. Those files were initially missing from the more than 3 million pages of Epstein records released by the DOJ in January and were flagged by Democratic lawmakers who accused the department of holding them back to protect the president. The DOJ says they were mistakenly coded as duplicates.
ABC's Jay O'Brien there. The FBI determined that the claims against Donald Trump were not credible or made by people who didn't provide contact information. Locally, a reporter for Nashville Noticias and Univision has been taken into custody by ICE. Fox 17 reporting a car that Estefany Rodriguez was in with her husband was surrounded by ICE agents on Murfreesboro Pike Wednesday. She was detained and then taken to a detention center. Rodriguez is from Colombia and has applied for asylum. However, a Supreme Court ruling this week may work against her asylum claims. The justices, in a unanimous ruling, orders federal appeals courts to take a harder look at whether asylum seekers face actual persecution or if they are deported, which is the standard set by the immigration court. Now, the ruling is a win for the Trump administration's aggressive deportation agenda. A bill to require Charlie Kirk memorials on every public college campus in Tennessee has been sent to summer study. That means it could never see the light of day.
And they think that they can send back a note. And not only are they going to bully our 19-year-olds that we've sent off to learn to think, they're going to bully the General Assembly. Unfortunately, my colleagues let them get by with it. They sent it to a summer study that will never take place.
That's the bill's sponsor, Republican State Rep Monty Fritz, on the Chris Hand Show yesterday. He says the schools erroneously claimed that the memorials would cost taxpayers $18 million. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
You know, Joan, I heard that interview with Monty Fritz and Chris Hand.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to I like Monty Fritz.
Yeah.
And so he's explaining that whole thing about the $18 million is what it would cost to have these Charlie Kirk memorials and whatever. And the way he's talking about it, the first thing in my head was, well, clearly what they're trying to do is they threw out this massive price tag.
Yeah.
So that it would torpedo the project. And to Monty's point, couple of pieces of wood and, just the quickcrete, the whole thing. He went through the whole process and he said, a couple of $1,000s per. Where in the world did they get this $18 million? I mean, what are they going to, and I'm sitting there listening to this and thinking, these things going to be made out of solid gold? It doesn't make any sense. So it seems to me like what they did, and I think Monty pretty much said this, is what they did was they came out with the massive price tag so that people would be outraged at the cost, so that it would be sent to summer session.
Yep, that's exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, I like Monty Fritz. All right, thank you very much, Joan. It is 7:34. Nashville's Morning News, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Friends, when something goes wrong in your home, you want the team that shows up fast, fixes it right, and treats you like family. Now, that is Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your trusted pros for total home comfort. And right now is the perfect grade to upgrade thanks to Busy Bee. When you purchase a 16-SEER high-efficiency HVAC system or a whole home repipe, Busy Bee is going to give you a Yeti Tundra 45 cooler absolutely free. Yes, indeed, a Yeti cooler. And this month only, Busy Bee has TVA rebates available for tune-ups and unit replacements. Even better, with Busy Bee, their team files all of the paperwork for you. No hassle, no headaches, and if you want even more savings, why don't you join the Beehive membership, the Beehive Club? I've been one for a long time. Keep your home humming year-round. Members get priority scheduling, discounted repairs, free annual HVAC, and plumbing checks, and extended warranties. And by the way, also, you get peace of mind knowing your equipment is always running at its best. It is the easiest way to save money, avoid breakdowns, and protect your home. Call them Busy Bee HVAC, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
An accident in Hermitage. It's on the westbound side of 40 this morning. It's past Stewart's Ferry Pike. That accident blocks off the left lane there. Pretty slow in that spot. 24 eastbound side in Jolton. That's an accident before Whites Creek Pike. We've got another one in Elm Hill Pike, westbound side in Hermitage. That's west of McGavick Pike. Another one in East Nashville at Ellington Parkway, southbound at Cleveland Street. Watch yourself, too, on 24 westbound in Cedar Hill, right at Maxey Road. You've got an accident there at exit 19. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.738 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you and happy Friday. It is Friday, March 6th, as a matter of fact. We've got Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs. He'll be coming up at 8:06. Nashville's Morning News brought to you by Tennessee National, Golf and Waterfront Community. Find them online, TennesseeNational.com. That was a great conversation. If you missed it, great conversation with Congressman Andy Ogles in the last segment. We will certainly podcast that. Number of things. I mean, we talked about a lot of stuff, but I want to talk a little bit about Kristi Noem out as DHS Secretary. Markwayne Mullin is in. One of the things that, we talked about this way earlier in the 5 o'clock hour. I'm going to play you a piece of audio from old Chuck Schumer, who is basically saying there is no way that Markwayne Mullin, who is Donald Trump's choice to replace Kristi Noem, has to be confirmed by the Senate. This is what Chuck Schumer has to say about Markwayne Mullin and a confirmation hearing.
The president has fired Kristi Noem. Good riddance. But the problems at this agency, at ICE, transcend any one person. The rot is deep. The president has to end the violence and rein in ICE.
What would you need to confirm Senator Mullin to this position? Do you need assurances on immigration?
This is a problem of policy, not personnel. The rot is deep. No one person can straighten this up until the president changes the whole agency, stops the violence, and reins in ICE.
Oh, up Chuck Schumer. Well, so Markwayne Mullin, he can be confirmed without Chuck Schumer's permission, if you will. He can be confirmed with just a simple majority, which the Republican Party in the Senate has, 53-47. There's going to be a lot of gnashing of teeth and saber rattling. But unless a few Republicans jump ship, and you never know what's going to happen, but I do believe that Markwayne Mullin will be confirmed. Everybody, Donald Trump actually said something along the lines of everybody likes Markwayne Mullin. He doesn't believe that he'll have any kind of problems getting confirmed. So we'll have to see ultimately what happens. And he was walking around the hallways of the Senate when he found out that he was going to be the choice to lead DHS. This is what he said at the time.
Yeah. When do you expect to be confirmed?
Were you surprised, Senator?
The phone call I got from the president was right before the statement went out.
Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, he did. What's interesting is that he looked shocked. Like, I don't know if you've seen the video of him talking about it, but he did look absolutely shocked. Which is a little hard for me to believe. Now, I think that Kristi Noem was probably shocked, but I think that the president would not have nominated Senator Mullin if he didn't know that he was going to take the gig, because he's going to have to leave the Senate. And, let's be honest, being in Donald Trump's administration, I would say job security isn't necessarily one of the reasons why you would go work for the president. However, he is going to take the job. He's going to take the confirmation hearings, I'm assuming, and it's only going to be a matter of time. Kristi Noem out as DHS Secretary. I thought it was interesting because she was actually in Nashville. You probably know by now. She was in Nashville when she saw on social media that she had effectively been fired by President Trump. This has been percolating for quite some time now. It all came to a head this week when she was questioned by Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana during a Capitol Hill Senate hearing, when he started asking questions about her commercials. And so maybe you've seen the commercials, maybe you haven't, but this commercial, ultimately it was $220,000, I should say $220 million to not only film the commercial, but then they bought the airtime and everything. So, but one of the things that Senator Kennedy basically said was that this commercial was really a branding commercial for Kristi Noem. And if you've seen the commercial, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know, Joan, you may disagree with me on this. Sam, you may disagree with me on this as well. But I think the commercials are rather ridiculous. You've got Kristi Noem on a horse in a white cowboy hat, and she is, riding around, and it does look more like a branding commercial for Kristi Noem than it does a commercial to convince illegals to either self-deport or stay in whatever country they're in.
Yeah.
I mean, am I wrong on that? I thought it was ridiculous.
Well, no, I think you're right. Trying to think of it from Kristi Noem's perspective, maybe she wanted to put a good face on the DHS.
Well, she spent a lot on that face.
She did spend a lot, yes.
So.
But do you know what I mean? Like, it's been a department that's been hard knocked because of its leadership under the Biden administration. So maybe this was her effort to make the Department of Homeland Security look good.
Make DHS great again?
Make DHS great again.
And her riding around Mount Rushmore in a cowboy hat is going to do that?
Well, we all know her story. So her story is that, she's from a farming family, and that, she's, what was she, the governor of South Dakota?
Dakota, yeah.
So riding a horse is not an unusual thing for her. I feel like maybe she just wanted to, like you said, brand, but give it a good face, because Alejandro Mayorkas devastated, decimated, ruined DHS in the 4 years that he was there.
So
I still can't fathom the price, though. That's the part that's kind of ticking me off.
Well, the $220 million, I mean, clearly that wasn't to film a 30-second TV spot.
Yeah.
I think that was also the buying of the ad time.
Yeah.
And so
well,
forth.
I grokked it. $220 million was split primarily between two main contractors, Safe America Media, $143 million, and People Who Think, a Louisiana-based Republican ad firm, $77 million. So a small subcontractor portion called the Strategy Group received about $226,000 for production work like filming shoots and creating ads.
And that was her husband's company, the $220,000 company.
Yeah, then they got price gouged by these other companies, because that is a feature film budget doubled pretty much. If you spend $100 million making a Hollywood movie, you spent a lot of money. You spend $200 million making a Hollywood movie, you spent a lot of money. And we spent that on ads where we could just made a PowerPoint and said, hey, get out.
Do you know what's so funny? Obviously I've seen the ad. A lot of people have now, because the ad, based on the questioning from Senator Kennedy, people have been sort of revisiting the ad. And honestly, that ad could have been made by, a college, graduate utilizing AI for next to nothing. I mean, honestly, that's what it looks like to me. This is, by the way, Senator Kennedy asking about that commercial.
Sir, the president tasked me with getting the message out to the country and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from, with putting commercials out that told them that if they were in this country illegally, that they needed to leave, or we would detain them and remove them, and they'd not get the chance to come back to America the right way.
So Kennedy wasn't pleased. He was focused on how much and who did the commercials. And here's the big thing, guys. Did Donald Trump know about those commercials?
And you're saying that you're testifying that President Trump approved this ahead of time. Is that my understanding?
We had conversations about making sure that we were telling people.
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly.
Did the president
worked
know
with
you were going
OMB.
to do this?
Yes.
He did.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
So I think where Kennedy's going is, did the president know that you were what color was the horse? Weird question, but what color was the horse? Can you check it?
I don't even remember now.
I think it was a mixed color.
Was it a mixed color?
Yeah.
Okay. All I remember is it was a white cowboy hat.
Yeah.
So I think that Donald Trump, here's the way the story goes. Trump saw this back and forth and was really angry. Felt like she no longer was the right person for the job. There's been other things, obviously, the shootings in Minnesota, the aftermath as well, where she had come out and spoken about how Renee Good and Alex Freddie were domestic terrorists, and about how Freddie in particular had come to kill a lot of agents when the reality was he had never even pulled out his gun. And then she was asked about it, and she said, well, I'm just listening to Stephen Miller and Donald Trump. So I think that there's been a lot of internal back and forth on what's going on, a lot of politicking, if you will, inside the Trump administration. So I think there's been a lot of criticisms of her and really leaning into the ICE Barbie portrayal, which she seemed to lean into with the awkward photos of her like in front of a bunch of gangbangers in that jail cell. Remember that whole thing?
Yes.
So all of that led to her firing. This is Kristi Noem.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
well, they were
overwhelmingly
effective in your name recognition. I personally to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot.
Yep.
I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. It's just hard for me to believe, knowing the president, as I do, that you said, Mr. President, here's some ads I've cut, and I'm going to spend $220 million running them, that he would have agreed to that.
Well, do you know what I think? And I don't know. I may be over my skis on this, Joan and Sam. I think that Trump has been displeased with Kristi Noem for a while. I think that there has been things that have happened, and there's a reason why she was essentially kicked out of Minneapolis and Tom Homan was brought in. I'm wondering if Senator Kennedy was asked about maybe going through this line of questioning to set up her termination.
Oh.
I don't know.
What?
I'm asking a question. So
yeah, that could be.
Supposedly a no-bid contract with, we were talking about that before, the people who did the commercials. The contracts went to people that she had ties with. The company, by the way, no website and no actual headquarters that did that ad. So that's also part of the, yeah. So I'm just telling you, it does not look good for Kristi Noem. Ultimately, she was fired here in Nashville, by the way. She was getting ready to take the stage at the Grand Hyatt, speaking to the Sergeant Benevolent, I knew I'd screw that up. The Sergeant Benevolent Association's Major Cities Conference. Bunch of cops. So she finds out minutes before she's supposed to go on stage. I mean, that had to hurt. That had to hurt. She went out. She did the speech. She was a pro. And so now and we were joking about this earlier. It looks like they've created a new role for her. Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas. A newly created position announced by President Trump. At the same time, he fired her as Secretary of Homeland Security. And I guess this is a new national security initiative focused on the Western Hemisphere. So I guess, I don't know if that pays more or less or whatever, but he has found a place for her. Also, by the way, I don't think Donald Trump was happy with the allegations that she and Corey Lewandowski, both married, were having an affair. And there were some questions about the airplane, maybe some hijinks and shenanigans on the airplane as well. So there was that. The hard part of all of this is that, and I don't have the audio, maybe I'll try to find it, but there was moments where she was asked about the allegations of an affair with Corey Lewandowski as her husband was sitting right behind her during the questioning. So bottom line is it was time for her to go. It was clear that she was, it was for her time to go. And we'll have to see what happens with Mark Wayne Mullen. It is 7:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan has the news at 8. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, Israel going hard on Hezbollah in Lebanon today. And also how President Trump is trying to get more oil to the markets, even though there's that jam up happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Those stories coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. By the way, really looking forward to Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs. He's going to be coming up here at 8:06 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, guys, would it be a dumb question? You know, I'm famous for my dumb questions. So I'm contemplating asking this question. So Mark Wayne Mullen, former college wrestler, Glenn Jacobs, former wrestler. Should I ask Glenn Jacobs if he has, you know, maybe a simpatico connection to Mark Wayne Mullen because they both are former wrestlers?
I would love for you to ask him that question.
I don't know. I don't know,
no,
Joan.
I really like it.
That won't be awkward at all. One guy, wrestled collegiately, and the other one wrestled on TV.
What are you saying there, Sam?
One of them might be made up.
So, yeah. Dan,
are you
ask
saying
him.
that TV wrestling is all made up? I'm told that that's not actually the case.
Not all of it, just large portions and storylines.
Wow. All right, moving right along. I will not be asking him that question, Sam, because he just ruined it. Anyway, I'm totally kidding. 7:54, Nashville's Morning News. Contours. Now, summer, of course, is months away, but the work to get that beach bod back, it does begin right now. My friends at Contours, they can help you get that beach bod back with FDA-cleared red light technology, and they've got a great deal just for you. Keep listening. Now, Contours is going to help you target those areas that you hate, whether it's your belly, your arms, or your legs. Whatever problem area you have, they can solve that problem with no pain, no surgery, and no downtime, just results. And as I've said, and as they know at Contours, it's actually an ongoing joke. I always fall asleep during my treatments. That's how relaxing they are. Now, real men and women from Franklin and all across Middle Tennessee have been checking out Contours. Yes, they've been seeing real results as well. Your beach trip isn't that far away, friends, and maybe it's a lake trip. Either way, let Contours help you get rid of those trouble spots. And right now, the first 10 callers get a special introductory price of $99. That's right. First 10 callers right now get a special introductory price, $99. Remember, you see results or it is free. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. Find them online, contoursllc.com. Contoursllc.com. What have you got to lose but inches?
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we begin with Israel going hard on Hezbollah in Lebanon today. The latest strikes outside the capital city of Beirut, where the terror group is based.
We don't know how long it's going to last for. We don't know exactly how intense these strikes are going to be. We don't know for how long it will go on. But it does seem that the Israeli military has moved into a new phase of trying to more systematically target Hezbollah in the stronghold of Dahia.
That's ABC's Matt Rivers reporting. President Trump is thinking outside the box to keep oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. ABC's Elizabeth Schultze.
That's why we have seen President Trump and the White House say the U.S. Navy is prepared to escort ships across the strait as a way to try to get that oil moving again. The White House also says the U.S. government will offer insurance to shipping companies to try to basically motivate them to take the risk.
Gas prices have jumped about 30 cents a gallon over the last week. If you're keeping score, the poly markets have reduced their bets on the Ayatollah's son becoming the next supreme leader. His odds fell below 50%. He had been above 80% at one point. While some Nashville council members oppose the Music City Loop, Hendersonville is hoping the Boring Company will get to work there. Here's News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry.
In January, the company announced a competition offering to build a free 1-mile tunnel in another U.S. city. Out of the over 400 entries, the city of Hendersonville is one of the 16 finalists.
It saves taxpayers money. It's $10 to $12 million value that our taxpayers don't have to bear the burden for. So the benefit is huge for us.
The city asked to have the free 1-mile tunnel be under West Main Street, jumpstarting the move of power lines underground, with plans for the city to then extend the project further down Main Street, stretching almost 3 miles.
Gatlinburg and Knoxville are also in the running for this. The winner is chosen on March 23rd. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures are just tanking now after a new report that said the U.S. lost 92,000 jobs in February, sharply lower than expected. And January's report was also revised downward to show a gain of 126,000. Right now, the Dow futures are minus 618. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
You know what I think, Joan?
What's that?
I think it's a great time for me to go on vacation.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were going to say buy on the dip.
Or that. You could buy on the dip. If you're a market timer, sure, buy on the dip, whatever. Anyway.
Dan's more likely to eat the dip.
You know, this show is run by a dip. Sam. Moving right along. 8:03. Nashville's
you boys
Morning
be nice
News.
to each other. There, I said my piece.
All right, moving right along. USS United Structural Systems. Now, they are your local experts. The thing that I love about United Structural Systems, I like to affiliate with companies that have been here a long time and have been serving the local community. USS has been trusted by Tennesseans since 1994. They're not just another repair company. They are, again, your local foundation and waterproofing experts. I have used them for both. They live here. They work here. They understand exactly how Tennessee's soil, weather, and homes behave. Now, I was a client, a customer before. I was an endorser. This is a great company, and they've been out to my home several times. And yes, they have saved me from some foundation issues. Now, again, they've been here for over 30 years. More than 30,000 local homeowners have trusted United Structural Systems. That experience means that they have seen every single type of problems that our homes face. So you want to check them out. United Structural Systems, 615-488-7855. They know how to read the signs that your home might have issues with the foundation or with waterproofing as well. So call them at 615-488-7855. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That website, USSTN.com. USSTN.com.
Okay, heading east on 40 in Kingston Springs this morning at the Cheatham-Davidson County line. Watch for a crash, and it's pretty slow around it, too. Hermitage, Elm Hill Pike westbound, west of McGavick Pike. That's a crash scene as well. There's also a crash on Murfreesboro Pike in Antioch, south of Franklin Limestone Road. 840 eastbound past Paytonsville Trinity Road. There's an accident. There is an emergency unit on the scene of that one. And then you've got in Bordeaux, Clarksville Pike at South Hamilton Road. That is also the scene of a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.808 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into a Friday, March 6th. Hope you are doing well. And there is a lot going on. By the way, Nashville's Morning News is brought to you by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. Find them online, TennesseeNational.com. And I want to welcome into the program Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs. How are you, my friend?
Good morning. How are you guys doing over there in Nashville?
Oh, we're bright and shiny, excited that it is a Friday. You know, it's interesting, Glenn. I've interviewed you a few times now, and I just want to throw this out there. I've always been fascinated by the fact that, you know, you are Knox County Mayor, Glenn Jacobs. Of course, people know you were a pro wrestler and all that. But I find it fascinating that, like, everybody knows you. Like, usually a mayor of a county in Tennessee isn't somebody that is, I wouldn't call that necessarily high profile, but you have actually made it more high profile. A couple of reasons, obviously, is your many years as a professional wrestler, but also the things that you're doing. So I want to kind of focus on that. I know there's a lot of things going on across the world, but I want to focus on what you're doing for and what you have done for Knox County. And one of the things that I think that you have done really well is talk about the greatness of Knoxville and Eastern Tennessee and so forth. So one of the things is, of course, you are very strong on fighting illegal immigration. We all know the state legislature for the state of Tennessee working with the Trump administration to really demagnetize the state and make sure that we don't have any sanctuary cities and so forth. Have you been pleased with what the state legislature has done thus far?
Yes, I have. Just to back up a little bit, Tennessee, in my opinion, this is somewhat subjective, but we're the greatest state in the union. You know, for someone like me who believes in low taxes, obviously great quality of life, some of the things that we enjoy here that just God has given us, such as a really good climate as well in our location, we're just, I believe, heads and shoulders above everybody else. So much of it isn't what I've necessarily done. It's you just have these tools there that someone like me that has a larger megaphone than many others is able to promote. So it's just, again, and our people are just, so fantastic. When it comes to illegal immigration, I've long held the same philosophy that Milton Friedman did, a Nobel Prize winning economist, that, you can't have a liberal immigration policy and a welfare state. And when you do those things, what happens is you just have people coming here who just want to take advantage of the free stuff. The term you use, demagnetize, is really, really important, because even before you get into other forms of enforcement, when it's like you're not going to come here and just get a free ride, that's going to turn a lot of folks that would come here illegally away. So I think that that's just super important, and I think the legislature has done a good job. A few years ago, hear people even talking about things like in-state tuition at state colleges for illegal immigrants. Well, that's what that ends up doing, obviously, is then that attracts people who just want to take advantage of that. And at the same time, the reason that we have lower tuition, or supposed to, for in-state people is we're the ones that pay the taxes to support many of these institutions. Same with food stamps, same with rental assistance, same with health care. Now on the other side, you have the left who believes that these are universal human rights. So I guess my question is, okay, as a Knox County resident, do I have to pay for health care, education, housing, and all these things for someone that lives halfway around the world? Because if it's human right, yes, I do. Well, it's not a human right. It's a government program that taxpayers pay into. So the first thing we should do is make sure that we're taking care of the people here at home, and as you said, demagnetize the system so that will make a big dent on illegal immigration, I believe, itself. And the Trump administration has done a good job of it, and our legislature has done a very good job of that.
One of the things that I love what you said about Tennessee being the greatest state in the union. You don't know anything about me. I've lived all over the country. I work in radio, and we can be rather nomadic, mainly because we are unable to keep jobs. But I've been here for about 12 years now, and I agree with you that Tennessee is the greatest state in the union. One of the reasons why I believe that is because of course, conservatism. I love programs like, for example, the Tennessee Promise. I love the fact that Tennessee has been very proactive in trying to bring businesses to our state and bring, even investment into our state as well. Have you been satisfied with Governor Lee and Stuart McWhorter and their efforts to bring new businesses into the state?
Yeah, 100%. We've had, and under Governor Haslam as well, he kind of set the table, and we've had tremendous commissioners of ECDs such as Senator Bill Hagerty, Randy Boyd, Bob Rolfe, and now Commissioner McWhorter. We've worked with them on a number of projects, actually, and because of some help with the state, it just as far as getting through some of the things that businesses look at, like infrastructure and those sort of things. We got the biggest manufacturing economic development project in county history a few years ago. This is an HVAC company that is building one of their world headquarters here in Knox County. They bought an entire business park, 300 acres. And eventually there's going to be, 10 years from now, there's going to be a ramp up, obviously. There's going to be 2,500 people working at this place. Currently, the average median salary is $75,000 a year, which is really good for our area. And they're also putting $1 billion into their buildings and all that out there. So, yes, and I think Governor Lee understands, too. We talk about things like transportation, infrastructure, all those things. They have an impact on commerce, right? And also our tax-friendly environment. A while back, I got to return to my home state of Missouri. Like you, I haven't really lived all over the place, but I've traveled all over the world. I grew up in Missouri, and I got to go back and talk with their legislature about not having an income tax in Tennessee. And when I met with Governor Kehoe, which is a huge honor for me, he said that he's automatically behind all the states that don't have an income tax when he's trying to recruit a business. But what was really interesting was all the people in the legislature, all the Republicans, said that they wanted to be more like Tennessee. That Tennessee had a good one. And I'd like to point out, too, the reason we don't have an income tax is because of the efforts of United States then State Senator Marsha Blackburn, as well as my own Congressman Tim Burchett, my predecessor in this office. Unfortunately, a Republican governor was pushing the income tax.
Yep.
Senator Blackburn basically, mobilized the grassroots and killed it. But it was a fight, and she and Congressman Burchett were fighting against their own party. So, we've had some really great leadership throughout the years in Tennessee, and it has benefited us tremendously.
8:16, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I've got 15 seconds to check traffic, and then we'll get back to Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs. Time to check the roads real quick on WTN. It is 8:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A couple of more moments with Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs. You had mentioned that Tim Burchett, of course, he's a big friend of the show. I'm a big fan of Congressman Burchett. He obviously went into the House of Representatives. As I spoke about, in the intro, the fact that you are well known across the state of Tennessee, and for many reasons. Number one, obviously, a very high profile as far as your wrestling career. I, though, believe that one of the reasons why you are so well known and so, I'm going to say the word popular, sir, is because you are such a defender of conservative values, and that's why I enjoy having you on. So your predecessor, Tim Burchett, went to the House of Representatives. You feel comfortable talking about any future political ambitions? Do you have that feeling like you might want to do something of a higher office?
Yeah, first of all, every political office is important. We do hear this term higher office. Obviously, you're talking about state and federal, but even on a local level, you can tell a difference even here in Tennessee between Knox County and some other places around the state. And it is because of the policies that we have in place. It's pretty easy here for me because my philosophy is the same. The vast majority of people live in Knox County and East Tennessee, just like Congressman Burchett, who did a really, really good job when he was Knox County mayor. I got into this because I've had a remarkable life. I grew up on a farm in Missouri. My family didn't really have a whole lot. I found something I was good at, and I was able to do things with my life. I've just been incredibly blessed, right, that I would have never thought possible. It's only possible here in America. It's the American dream. And for me, it's just about protecting that. One of the things about being a conservative is conserving the American dream. It's what Ronald Reagan said: freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It's making sure that we're not that generation. So for me, it's just, it's not like I sit here and think, oh, I want to run for this office or run for that office. It's more so, is there a place where my particular skill set would be valuable and something that I would like to do as well, right? And who knows what that means. Obviously, politics is just like everything else. It's incredibly fluid, and I could sit here and say, I'm going to do this in 6 months, and then 6 months, everything's changed, right? So it really depends. It just depends. Even I'm term limited. I'll be out of office in September, and it just depends on a lot of factors, which really aren't in my control.
One of the questions I would ask, and for people that don't know, and you and I have probably spoken about this before over the years, but you're from Missouri. You are well known across the world, and yet you live in Knoxville, Tennessee. Talk about your decision to live in Tennessee as opposed to anywhere else. Did you just decide to adopt Tennessee as your hometown?
Well, what happened was I was wrestling. It was early in my career, and I moved here for work. There was a small wrestling promotion that had some ties to WWE, and my wife is from here. And really, that's the reason, is the area is nice. I liked it. Obviously, I like my wife. So between those two things, I decided to stay. But as I've been here 30 years now, and I realize that's the best decision, one of the best decisions, other than marrying my wife, that I've ever made. And I don't want to go anywhere now. I have traveled the world. I've traveled the country. I think America, obviously we have our flaws, just everywhere does. But I think America still is the greatest country in the world. I think the state of Tennessee is the best state, which means that if you're living in the state of Tennessee, you're living in the greatest place on the planet. I live here in East Tennessee, and I love it over here, but our entire state is it's a great place to live. So for me, it became a personal preference. This is where I want to stay. I could have lived anywhere in the country. It was funny because we have some of my coworkers in WWE, they're out in California, and I'm like, guys, move to Tennessee. California's got a 13% income tax. You automatically get a huge raise because our cost of living is also much lower than say California, or New York or wherever. So for me, it's just the perfect place.
It is interesting because I come from California, Southern California. And I don't know anybody out there this time, but first couple of years when I was here, I did. And you always have people that complain about California, but they never want to move, and they never want to vote for, another political party. And so I find Californians, I call myself a recovered Californian, but I do find that interesting, where the Californians will always, complain about the state of their state, yet they don't want to move.
Yeah. And I mean, California is beautiful. How incompetent do you have to be to mess that place up? Right? I mean, seriously. But Gavin Newsom and his predecessors, man, they have done a wonderful job. Now, Gavin Newsom is not incompetent as a U-Haul salesman, because what's happening is there are a lot of people that are leaving California because of his policies, and they're moving to states like Tennessee. So if you're living out in California, you kind of have the opposite issue that we have here, where we're a great place. People are coming here in droves because of that. California has some wonderful natural resources, beautiful beaches, mountains, a whole deal. Just gorgeous state. And somehow they have managed to mess that up so badly that folks don't want to live there, And then you do have the people that just for whatever reason, either they're stuck or, they don't. I think what's happening too is, unfortunately, some people just aren't. You fuss, but you don't really feel the pain yet. And unfortunately, I think that's going to happen in California as their economy continues to deteriorate because of the policies of people like Gavin Newsom.
You know what I like to say about California these days, Glenn Jacobs, is it's a nice place to visit. Wouldn't want to live there anymore. And now that we have In-N-Out in Tennessee, there's no reason for me to go back. Do you guys? Let me ask you this, and people are going to get mad at me for asking you this.
No.
You guys got In-N-Out in Knoxville yet?
We have Whataburger now.
Yeah, but you have In-N-Out.
We don't have In-N-Out, but I'm a bigger fan of Whataburger than I have In-N-Out. And then also, if you go up about 20 miles more, we have Powell's Sudden Service, which is one of the great regional hamburger chains around the country. We don't have In-N-Out, but we have a pretty good array of hamburgers over here too.
Fair enough. Now, you're going to be at an event, and I'm actually going to be there. So I've never actually met you in person, so I hope to meet you there. America's 250th Give Me Liberty celebration. Our friends at AFP Tennessee are putting this on. You are one of the special guests. Matt Van Epps is going to be there, as well as Lara Trump, and so this sounds like a pretty big deal. Talk a little bit about what that's going to be.
Yeah, I'm really excited about AFP's Give Me Liberty celebration. Obviously, it's named after Patrick Henry's famous speech, of give me liberty or give me death. Unfortunately, I think that in our country, that in a lot of places we've forgotten about that America is based on liberty. It's based on the ability for all of us to essentially be in control of our lives with minimal government just micromanaging. So it's going to be a great event. It is this March 11th, and it's at the Musicians Hall of Fame and Museum, which is on Gay Street in Nashville. I'm really looking forward to it. Really happy that Congressman Van Epps is in Congress. First of all, he's going to be there. I haven't seen Matt since the campaign, but that's a very important seat, and thank you to everybody who supported him in that special election. And looking forward to seeing Lara Trump. I've been on her TV show a couple times, but I've never met her in person. So it should be a great time, and it's really just reminding people of how important the foundations of liberty and freedom are to America.
Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs, I'm reminded as to how much and the reasons why I like having you on is because you have some great things to say. You can hear more from Glenn Jacobs at the America's 250th Give Me Liberty celebration. GiveMeLibertyNashville.com is the website put on, again, by our friends at AFP Tennessee. Glenn Jacobs, always great having you on the show, and I hope to be able to shake your hand at this event.
Sounds good. See you there, and hope everyone can make it.
All right, very good. It is 8:26 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan and Sam, you know what? I have such respect for Glenn Jacobs. I got to tell you that even downplaying In-N-Out in Tennessee, it's not a deal breaker for me and Glenn Jacobs.
Oh, man.
It's just because you haven't been to Powell's yet, Dan.
So is it Powell's, P-A-L-S?
Powell's Sudden Service out in East Tennessee and I think in other parts of Virginia.
Okay.
Kind of family-owned, style of fast food, and they won't even let you really open a franchise unless you work there.
Really?
Whoa.
Yeah, that's why you don't see them out here.
And this is in Knoxville.
Outside of Knoxville, going further east. Yeah.
You know what? Next time I go to a Vols game, or next time I'm in that area, maybe I'll try Pals.
Not maybe. You better. The people of East Tennessee will tie you to a pole.
Wait,
and
aren't you
flog
going to Gatlinburg?
Yes,
you're going
actually,
next week.
I am going to Gatlin. I keep forgetting that I'm on. I got 32 minutes before I'm on vacation, people.
If you need someone to fill that spot for you, I mean, I can go in your place.
No, that's okay.
All right.
That's okay. Although I think Amy might prefer your company at this point. Anyway, 827 on Super Talk 99.7. All right, where are we at? I don't even know. Jones got the news at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, we'll tell you how Ukraine is helping the U.S. in Iran. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, very good, Joan. Thank you. So you've done your firearms training, but have you ever wondered if you're really ready to meet the moment when your life and your family's life is on the line? Well, that is why I am so glad that I did my training at the Glock store and their Shoot 270 indoor ranges. I've done it all with low light, no light training, one-on-one instruction as well. But next up, the Glock store has taken their training to an all-new level with their force-on-force simunition exercise. Now, what they do is they're putting you in a simulated situation where deadly force may well be necessary to save your life or the lives of your family. Now, this is where it really does get real. Armed with a Glock 17T, which, by the way, is the gun used to train SWAT and U.S. Special Forces, you can really test your reflexes, your marksmanship, your judgment, making split-second decisions in a realistic life-or-death. Try it. Find them online. It is Glockstore.com, Shoot270.com. Saturday, March 21st is when this is going to happen. So I'm going to try mine next week, I believe. It's going to be a lot of fun. Shoot270.com. Click on training and then classes. That is Shoot270.com. Click on training, then click on classes. These truly unique force-on-force training sessions, again, they begin on Saturday, March 21st. Slots are going fast. Shoot270.com. Dan Mandis here, telling you about my friends at Loan Pronto. Are your high-interest credit cards and other loans, as we like to say, sucking the life out of your finances? I know that for a lot of folks it is. It is time to say no more. Let Loan Prontos tap the equity in your home and get the cash you need now so you can pay off all of those high-interest loans. Now, Corey and Jack called Loan Pronto. In a matter of days, they had $160,000. Now, they kept their 3% mortgage intact and didn't even need an appraisal. Now, with all that cash, they wiped out all of their credit cards and a couple of car loans as well, saving $2,000 a month. And you can do it as well. LoanPronto.com, their rapid equity loan program, can get you $100,000, $200,000, even $500,000 in cash. Chloe and Ethan just did it as well. Consolidated all of their high-interest debt into one super low monthly payment, giving them an extra $1,000 a month. So imagine, you can pay off all those credit cards, you can slash your monthly payments and breathe easier and get your life back, all courtesy of my friends at Loan Pronto. Interest rates are at a 3-year low. Call Loan Pronto right now at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Visit NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Good morning. It's 8:33. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Iran shooting more missiles into Israel today, but some overshot their targets and ended up in the sea. Here's Fox News' Trey Yingst.
The Israelis, though, striking back, releasing some new video showing them going after Iran's ballistic missile launching positions. They say they've hit hundreds of these since the operation began, greatly reducing Iran's capability to fire large barrages of missiles into the Gulf or at Israel.
Meantime, Ukrainian interceptor drone specialists are being deployed to the Middle East to assist the U.S. A deal between the State Department and the New England Patriots. The U.S. chartered the Patriots airplane to help evacuate Americans from the Middle East. That plane landed in Washington, D.C. this morning. This wasn't a gift. The State Department says that was a flight that was entirely paid for by the State Department. The Tennessee Court of Appeals hearing arguments yesterday over whether the National Guard can stay in Memphis. It comes after several state and local lawmakers filed a lawsuit in October over the deployment, saying it violates the state's constitution. A government attorney argued that the city was in a grave emergency at the time of the Guard's deployment, considered the most violent city in the country. A ruling is expected in the coming weeks. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. What a rough start to the trading day after a report showed U.S. payrolls unexpectedly fell by 92,000 last month. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrials minus 810. The NASDAQ falling 342. The S&P 500 index is down 1.5%, down 102 points. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:35, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. The Generator Supercenter. Listen, if there's one thing that we've learned in the recent past is that we simply cannot count on NES or the government for anything, which is why I've reached out to my friends at the Generator Supercenter to start figuring out my needs for a backup home standby generator, and you ought to do the same thing. Now, again, we all learned how important generators have been over the last couple of months. I really learned about how important they are during my time in Indiana because I had one there, and when the power would go off, my generator would turn the power right back on. And we know that Tennessee, you never quite know what's going to happen. But listen, if you're like many Tennesseans across Middle Tennessee who have been talking about a home standby backup generator, if you've been talking about that with your family, talk about it with the pros at the Generator Supercenter. They are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. This is obviously a huge investment in your home, but also it is a huge investment in your family's safety. Now, at the Generator Supercenter, they do feature expert installation and 24-hour monitoring. They're not going to leave you in the dark. And yes, financing is available as well. Call them at 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Find them online anytime, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com.
Down lanes at Cheatham, Davidson County line. It's a crash and the right lane is blocked off by it this morning. Antioch, Murfreesboro Pike at Franklin Limestone Road. A crash has been reported there. 65 north through Brentwood. Watch it just before Concord Road. Got a crash that takes out the right shoulder. And then if you're traveling Antioch, Old Hickory Boulevard at Firestone Parkway. That is the scene of another crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and welcome on into the Crisscross Handoff. Chris, I would usually do a time check here, but I'm running way too late, and I'm hoping nobody notices that my clock management in this particular hour, it has been not so great.
I mean, on the bright side, clock management will not be something you have to worry about in about 20 minutes.
That's exactly right.
You got a week off, right? So.
Absolutely. By the way, from the super text line 5265, Dan, we had a real opportunity to watch Sam get drop kicked, and you blew it. Shame. It was when Sam said that wrestling was fake, and
so we're still on that, huh?
I had Kane on, Glenn Jacobs. And by the way, I did not. People should give me credit that not once, including in that 5-minute opening question, did I once call him Kane.
But you thought about it, right?
No, I really didn't. I didn't because But you know what? I should have asked him. I wanted to ask, Glenn Jacobs, if he gets tired of people referencing that. It was a big part of his life, but I think that these days, in my opinion. He's known for being a great conservative in the great state of Tennessee. So
yeah, I mean, I'm sure he gets tired of them bringing up Kane. So I like to go even further back, and I would bring up the other characters he played, like the demented dentist Isaac Yankem.
What is that, a movie or what is that?
No, that was the one of his first wrestling characters.
Was it really?
He was the demented dentist Isaac Yankem, and he was actually brought in by Jerry the King Lawler, who's famous out in Memphis for his wrestling.
Now, if you ask a professional wrestler if it's fake, will they hit you?
Maybe.
Okay, because was it Jesse Ventura who hit one of the?
It's Macho Man, right?
I'm not sure who it was. They've all been people.
Because I remember one wrestler was asked about whether or not it was real, and the wrestler hit him with some sort of a wrestling move, whatever it was, and the guy just I think the guy almost fainted. It hurt him so bad. So
there was one incident where it was The Undertaker and a guy by the name of Vader, and I believe that they were in Kuwait doing a wrestling show, and they were on a morning TV show. And the reporter asked him if it was fake, and Vader got up and started choking the host in Kuwait.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And they were all freaking out because they thought that he was going to be locked up in Kuwait.
Well, there is that too.
Yeah.
So anyway, whatever. All right. So I thought it was a good interview with Kane.
I thought you did awesome. I did.
Well, thank you, Matt. I should say Chris. You know what? At least I didn't call you Steve. You know what? I'm thinking about Matt. You know why?
Because you love Matt Murphy.
No, I do like Matt Murphy. I think he told me. I got to look this up. Doggone it. I think that Matt is going to. I think he's taking part in this event with Glenn Jacobs.
Yep.
I forget what he's. Is he the MC? I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something with it. So if you want to see Matt Murphy, and I'm going to be there as well. I'm only going to be there as the guy that wants to shake Kane's hand.
There you go.
Yeah. Somebody said, by the way, that Mandis will need a step stool to shake Kane's hand.
You will, 100%. Did you see the post on Facebook that our promo director put up? It's the one with you, myself, Murphy, and John Rich, and it says, "Name this band."
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
No.
Okay, so we got, a couple great band names. Smashing Trumpkins.
Nice. Okay.
We got The Right Side of the Dial, the Fool Fighters.
The Fool Fighters.
The
nice.
Fool
Okay.
Fighters.
Very good.
And Quadservative. Those are my favorites.
Quadservative.
So if you didn't know, we got John Rich on the podcast tomorrow, Mostly Peaceful, myself, Dan Mandis, and Murphy. That was a fun conversation that we got to have.
It was. It was a lot of fun, and it was a great conversation. The best part of this, so Chris tells me, because Chris set it up. Thank you, Chris. Great move. So Chris sets it up. And the original plan was to just, have him be a fourth member, and we just sort of, talk about the issues of the day.
Yep.
And, John was just going to take part in that. But, of course, he's such an interesting guy. And he is so, well-spoken. He's so conservative. He's done such amazing things in his life that I just automatically start interviewing him, and I realize that I'm the one that probably got us off.
The game plan was, okay, we're just going to do the podcast, and John's with us. And then it was about 6 seconds into me doing the introduction of the podcast that Dan turned it right back into an interview.
I'm sorry. I know, but I don't.
No. I thought it was great. I thought the conversation was awesome. I'm not knocking it. It was just hilarious the way it went down.
Yeah, and he is such a great guy. And do you remember? I'm not sure if hopefully you remember this, Chris. Which one of the three of us did he say had a really, really good perceptive question? Was that you, me, or Matt?
No, you're right. It was me.
It wasn't you. It was me.
Oh.
I asked him a really good question, and I was very proud of it that he said, Dan, that's a very perceptive question.
He said, I've never been asked a question as good as this. That's what he said. He said, of all the questions I've ever been asked in my life.
Of all the millions of questions John Rich has ever been asked,
that was the best
I asked him one that was so good that it stopped everything, and he said, that was a great question.
That was a great question, Dan.
Now, should we tell people what the question was?
Do you remember what the question was? Because I already forgot.
Yeah, of course I remember what the question was, because, but you know what? I'm not going to say. I want people to go and look at the podcast,
and definitely go to the Facebook page and name our band. We should give something away.
I hear these chicks don't even know the name of my band.
My band.
Is that some sort of a?
It's an Eminem reference.
It's an Eminem reference.
I have to fly over your head at least twice a show now.
Oh, jeez.
The best part of the photo, by the way, of Chris Hand, John Rich, Matt Murphy, and yours truly, is that I was, and this is one of the reasons why I love Matt Murphy, right? Is because I was sort of on the end, you know what I mean? And Matt says, "Come on in, Dan. You're short. And you need to be in the middle." And he literally shoves me into John Rich.
Yep.
And then John puts his arm around me. And it's actually a really good picture. So
I thought it was a great picture, and I think that we're going to have a kick-ass band. I can't wait for practice to start.
Sure. I need to learn how to play an instrument. Do you know any kind of instrument that you would be able to play?
I think you'd kill on the triangle.
Yep.
I could be on the clapper. I could do something like that.
We should get you a little...
that means something totally different now, Dan.
Get you a little tambourine.
What does it mean? The clapper.
I'll explain it to you off the air.
Isn't it like clap on, clap off?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nope.
Sorry.
Nope. You're wandering into a very dark alley. You don't want to go down.
Okay.
Joan, you've got to look it up. What does the or somebody tell me on the super text
line? Sam do those?
Do you know what Sam is referring to, Chris?
I don't know. I think Sam needs an after show exclusively for him where he can break down his references each day.
There you go. That's exactly what he needs to do. Let's see here. Fact checkers. Liz says fact checkers.
The fact checkers. I like that.
Did somebody say 3 Slims and Shorty? That was Aaron.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Who's the Shorty? Oh, I'm looking at the picture. That would be me.
Wait, who's the third Slim?
Everybody's slim in that photo. I mean, Matt looks great. Chris is slim, of course. John Rich is slim, certainly in shape, and I'm Shorty. So there you go. Let's see here. Well, some of the hatred has started too. We'll move along from there.
Yeah. Avoid the hatred. Avoid the hatred, Dan.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Loose cannons. George says loose cannons. So there you go.
Yeah, I like it.
Dan Murphy's rich hand. Oh, by the way, did you hear? Was it? Yeah. Where was I talking about your? You know what? Did word get back to you, Chris, that I was talking about your foot the other day?
What?
Yeah.
Why are you talking about my feet?
When I walked back into the studio, it must have been a slow news day. When I walked back into the studio, Dan should play the cowbell. Yes, Eric, I should.
There were some other instruments in there that I don't know if you want to say on air.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Any references to certain kinds of flutes?
It was definitely, there was some flute references.
Comprised of dermis.
Mm.
Anyway, so yeah, when I walked in and you didn't have any shoes on your feet.
Yeah, well, I get cozy when I'm fired up.
Yes, and so I started talking about Chris Handfoot, and then I of course thought that was funny, and I started giggling, and nobody else did. But whatever.
Well, you started giggling because I said you might come down with Chris Hand, Foot, and Mouth disease.
Yes,
there you go.
There was that as well. Mark says Dan Mandis and the Super Talkers. Okay,
I like that.
Yep,
it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I used to play bass.
Yeah, I can't imagine you playing bass.
Why did neither could anybody else, and so I stopped.
But why did you stop? Like, nobody likes a quitter, Dan. We need you to get back on the horse, man.
The
band needs you, Dan.
Do you want to know what happened? So my amplifier got stolen.
California.
So I was playing with a bunch of guys, and I had a bass, and I wasn't good, by the way, but I left my bass at the guy's house, and then before I knew it, they had moved and they took my amplifier.
Not cool.
Yeah, and my mom wasn't about to spend any more money on another amplifier.
Maybe they did you a favor.
That was the end of my bass playing career. But also, what ended my bass playing career is I didn't really know how to play it. So there was that too.
Had you played bass for these people at their house?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, we just played.
Sounds less like a theft and more like a protection of public safety.
I mean, in all honesty, I wasn't good at all, and it was all fine, well, and good. So, and clearly things worked out for me in radio, so it's all fine, well, and good. Boy, you're right, by the way, about some of these super texts.
Yeah, they're they're there, Dan.
They sure are.
Is it that
Oh
bad?
my gosh.
The issue is that unless we save everyone's name, everyone's phone number is going to be exposed.
Yeah, we can't do that.
We can't do that. We can't.
6347, the warmongers. Nice. Okay.
Did you see what 9999 texted in?
No. 99.99.
The erectile dysfunctions.
Oh my! That's why I'm not reading them.
Whatever. I listen to WTN a lot. I think there might be a pill for that.
I think there might be.
I mean, it's like once a break, man.
That's the single, Blue Pill.
I don't know. I really like what 0722 had to say now that I see it.
Which is?
I genuinely don't know if I can say it.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
The best ones we can't say on the air.
I'll paraphrase in a way. Chris Hand and the not Steve Jobs.
What everybody should do if they've sent an inappropriate one in, you should take that band name and go over to the Facebook page and add it there, so that way everyone can see it.
Did y'all read glory. Not So Big and Rich?
Whatever. By the way, 90.
I like that.
9037. What would Chris? What would Dan's wrestling name be?
Ooh, Praying Mandis.
I like that.
All right, very good.
I think that'd be sick. And you could come out. You could wear a karate uniform.
Do you know what the best part about?
Wouldn't that, everybody knows that would be sick. Don't act like that's not awesome. That just came from the top of the dome. That's free. You guys got that for free.
They'd be like, why is that 58-year-old man in a 8-year-old's kimono?
But the best part would be if it wasn't a black belt. Like you really played it up and it was just yellow. Like that would be awesome. Like, do you know who you're messing with? I have a yellow belt.
my wife drops me off at this karate class.
It'd be so good.
By the way, the best part of the photograph with me, Chris, John Rich, and Matt Murphy. The best part of that photograph is that I can crop you guys out.
Yeah.
Because I'm like right next to John Rich. I actually, first thing I did was I cropped you guys out and I sent it to my wife and I said, hey, look who I'm hanging out with today.
Yep.
Wait, were you touching? Like physically where your body's?
Yes.
Hands.
Because that's like when you get
touching
uncomfortable.
hands.
Well, John, I mean, John, listen, John
touching
likes
Dan.
Touching Dan. Okay,
Listen.
sorry.
John Rich.
Sweet friends of mine.
Bum,
John Rich thought enough of my great question that he put his arm around me.
He did.
That's how much he thought of my great question.
Did you bristle?
No, I didn't bristle.
Well, look at the picture. It seems that there's a bit of a bristle.
Is there a bristle?
Did you bristle or did you swoon?
I think the initial reaction was swoon, but as soon as contact was made, it became a bristle.
A bristle was, yeah.
Are we done yet?
Dan,
I was just about to make sure we didn't lose
Don't make
Dan.
like we don't know you.
Whatever. There. You know what? There may have been a little bit of bristling, but it's only because like Murphy was to my left.
Mm-hmm.
So
were you afraid he was going to move in?
He moved in. Look at the photograph.
Murphy physically picked Dan up and put him as close as he could to John Rich.
Well, you can't listen. You can't see where Matt's right hand is, but he's touching my behind.
What?
That's what he was doing in the photograph.
It wasn't a pat. It was a squeeze.
It was. It was a Murphy Show squeeze. That's what that was, and that's what made me a little,
Dun, 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 dun.
Do you know what we should do? We should have John Rich do a version of this song.
Dedicated to you.
You think he's ever done one?
A song?
Do you guys know the history of this song?
No.
You gonna
Do you
tell
know
us?
who he wrote this about?
No.
Unfortunately, I don't have time to get into it. But if you read what this song is actually about, it's a little creepy.
Isn't he going after a young girl?
Yeah, he wrote it about. I believe it was Caroline Kennedy when she was a youngin'.
Oh.
Yeah. Touching me, touching you. It's about a little girl.
Oh.
That made it awkward. Went from funny to awkward real fast.
Yeah.
Dan
Why
has
don't
a
you
way
tell
of
me
doing
about
that.
some energy-saving windows, Dan?
Somebody was commenting on Murphy squeezing your butt in the picture.
Yeah.
And it's 4460 said, sounds like the WTN slush fund is going to be used.
All right. Moving right along, it is 8:57. Chris is up next, Window Nation. And listen, if you need new windows, check out my friends at Window Nation, because right now, the more you buy, the more savings you could enjoy. Up to 50% off all window styles. Be sure to ask about Window Nation's financing options as well. They're great this month, including $0 down and payments as little as $199 a month. This is why I love Window Nation. I've got 4 in my home, including 2 in my basement studio. Find them online at windownation.com. Don't forget that great deal. 50% off all window styles and financing options, including $0 down and payments as little as $199 a month. Windownation.com. That's windownation.com.